it stops, no one knows. We're going down. We're going headed into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the State of Indiana versus Richard Allen. We are going to be reviewing the testimony of Lieutenant Jerry Holman in the hearing on the motion to dismiss that was held on July 30th of 2024. Mr. Luttrell.
Yes, Your Honor. We would call Lieutenant Holman.
The witness has been sworn in.
For the record, state your name.
Jerry Holman. H-O-L-E-M-A-N.
And explain what your current assignment is and where you work.
My current assignment is the Area Investigative Commander. I oversee Lowell, Lafayette, and Peru posts, the investigative side of all three of those posts, and my current rank is Lieutenant.
And you've testified previously regarding in depositions and in hearings regarding your role in these murders. Is that correct?
Yes, and at the time of the investigation, I was the first sergeant, which is the DIC, or DIC, of Lafayette Post, which oversees all criminal investigations.
And you were part of the Central Command or in command of this?
Yes, I was.
Investigation, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Regarding the phone extraction or an examination of any kind of a Brad Holder phone, do you have any knowledge of that?
No, sir.
Have you observed any records or any evidence that such an extraction ever occurred?
No, sir.
Regarding the interview by Detectives Limler and Purdy at Logansport PD of Brad Holder sometime later in the late summer or fall 2017, do you have any information about the records or reports or recordings of that interview or conversation?
No, I do not. I didn't recall. I never knew that they went over and interviewed him. During that time frame, I was at a training. I think I took vacation in September, started training October, finished the training in December, and I think I came back middle of January. So I wasn't involved in that investigation during those 14 weeks. I was at the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia.
What I understand, if Detective Purdy's memory is correct, he said he believed August 2017. But regardless, you were not aware of or aware of no recording of that conversation with Brad Holder?
Yeah, I have no knowledge of the interview happening or any recordings whatsoever.
Lieutenant Holman, based upon your department's examination of Liberty German's cell phone, including the video taken on February 13th, 2017 at the Monon High Bridge, but all the other data collected on that phone as well as the crime scene evidence, can you tell us when and where these murders occurred?
Through all the information that we discussed and evidence that was presented to us, we believe that the murders occurred between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. on February 13th on Ron Logan's property. That's Ron Logan's property, across the creek from where the Monon High Bridge is.
And the time of that video is what time?
I believe it was 2:17, 2, somewhere in there.
And you believe that the abduction occurred at that time?
Yes, I believe from that video that Mr. Allen told the girls to go down the hill.
And you believe that the murders occurred sometime within that hour or so?
I believe so, yes.
And is that based upon your review of the evidence, specifically the evidence that I summarized, the cell phone data, the crime scene evidence?
Yes.
Mr. Baldwin introduced an exhibit a little bit ago from Agent Pohl's report of the interview of February 17th, 2017 of Brad Holder. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
To your knowledge, where did Brad Holder claim that he was? Where did he assert he was on the afternoon of February 13th?
He claimed to be at work at the Liberty landfill in Buffalo, Indiana.
Are you familiar with Buffalo, Indiana and the landfill?
Oh, yes.
Do you know approximately how far it is from the Monon Bridge area of Delphi?
Approximately maybe a 30-minute drive, 30 to 35-minute drive.
Did he indicate where else he was after work when he was speaking to the officers on February 17th?
Yes, he did. He told them that he went to a workout facility in Logansport, Indiana.
I'm going to hand you what I've marked as states 4. Could you identify what that is?
Sorry, this is an email from, looks like Michael. It's basically the check-in times at workout anytime in Logansport, Indiana. I believe that's the, oh, I'm sorry, this is his work records. Sorry about that.
From where?
From Liberty Landfill.
The facility in Buffalo, Indiana.
Yes.
And Exhibit 5, since you mentioned
Yeah.
the work fitness place.
Yeah, this is a login. They had a key fob login system, and this is the time he checked in at Workout Avenue in Logansport, Indiana.
So those are documents, Exhibit 4 from Liberty Landfill in Buffalo, Indiana, and the other is Anytime Fitness in Logansport, Indiana.
Yeah, Workout Anytime, Logansport, Indiana.
I would move the admission of Exhibits 4 and 5.
No objection.
All right, without objection, 4 and 5 are admitted.
And if you would, indicate to the court, what does Exhibit 4 say about Brad Holder's work hours on February 13th, 2017?
On February 13th, 2017, he clocked in at 4:55 a.m., clocked out at 12:12 p.m. for lunch, clocked back in at 12:42 p.m., and then clocked back out at 2:45 p.m.
In terms of Exhibit 5, when does it say that he entered Workout Anytime facility?
On February 13th, he arrived at that facility at 4:08 p.m.
In the Brad Holder deposition that the defense took, are you familiar with the fact that he indicated that he believed his phone had been handed over to the police?
Yes.
And did he also equivocate and say that he was not sure?
Yes.
It's been alleged in our pleading that the conversation took place on page 13 and 14 of the deposition. I haven't taken the time to give that to you today, but does that sound correct to you?
Yes. We've discussed what he said.
Did he also indicate in that deposition that he oriented that experience of turning over his phone, that his phone and his son's phone was collected at the same time?
Yes, he did.
Did he say that was at the Delphi Police Department?
Yes, I believe so.
And in fact, as the document offered by the defense and you've testified, Agent Pohl and Officer Guti interviewed Brad Holder on February 17, 2017. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with the fact that the Indiana State Police did collect Logan Holder's phone?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 6. Can you identify that, sir?
It is a consent to search cellular telephones. Looks like it was located in Logansport High School, conducted by Sergeant, well, at the time, Sergeant Brian Bunner with the Indiana State Police. And they took Logan Holder's phone, and it's signed by his mother, Shannon.
At Logansport High School?
Yes.
On what date?
2/14 of 2017 at 12:45 p.m.
I'd move the admission of Exhibit 6.
No objection.
All right, 6 is admitted without objection.
Is it your understanding, based upon this documentation and the work of Sergeant Bunner, that the Indiana State Police collected the Logan Holder phone at Logansport High School on February 14th, not at the Delphi Police Department on February 17th?
That is correct.
In fact, did Sergeant Bunner document and indicate why he was at Logansport High School on February 14th, approximately noon?
To collect Logan Holder's phone.
And was it while he was present at the high school that he learned the girls' bodies had been discovered?
Yes, he did.
Sergeant Bunner would have arrived at Logansport High School with the intent to obtain this phone, if possible, in order to assist in the searching for the girls. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Baldwin.
Law enforcement believes that once Richard Allen left the scene, he never came back on the 14th. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Who turned on the phone at 4:33 a.m.?
I believe the phone was still on. I think there's some conflicting reports on when the battery died. And I think there's some confusion on the pings. The pings will still go. So I think the phone was still on. And there's some confusion on that when it actually went.
Who have you talked to about the phone turning on at 4:33 a.m.?
I just heard about that recently. It was discovered in the new software that they used. Before that, we were told the phone went off, I believe, at 5 p.m. that day. But now I think there's some new technology shows that it was on.
I knew about it last fall. Do you think that the new software came out after last fall? Are you talking about?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
So you did not know about the 4:33 a.m.
On the 14th?
on the 14th. Thank you. That the phone was turned on. That the phone turned on at 4:33 a.m. You did not know about that last fall. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
You've been in the courtroom during these hearings. Is that correct?
Yes.
You heard about Exhibit F, which was admitted into evidence, which is a listing of, by your count, 101 people whose phones were extracted.
Yes.
So tell me about, if you know, about Noah Dillon. Did Noah Dillon date Abby Williams? Because his phone was extracted.
Not to my knowledge.
Did he have a mimicked crime scene, Noah Dillon, on his Facebook page?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did he have a hand rune that mimicked what the sticks that were on Abby's body? Did he have that?
Mr. Luttrell?
Now you're pulling a Bev.
My bad. My bad.
You can't help him like that, Beverly.
We're on the objection, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
What's the relevance?
It is. I'm trying to make the point here that Brad Holder had all those things, and they claim that they did not extract his information from his phone, but we have 101 people whose phones were extracted that did not have nearly or any connection whatsoever. That's the relevance.
Okay, well, you've made the point.
You heard me read into the record. May I have the first one, the FBI emails, please? I thought that was E. You heard me read into the record emails between Jay Abbott and the FBI and Doug Carter, did you not?
I did.
February 17, here's, quote, suspect 6 is being worked on right now. He has ties to Bradley Holder, who we have been working. He may have ties to Vinlanders. DT Squad. What's that stand for? Do you know?
Drug task.
Drug Task Force Squad is apprised and tasked sources to collect any intelligence which may assist. That is a February 17. What day was Brad Holder interviewed?
The 17th, I believe.
Okay. Brad Holder was a suspect at that time, correct?
Like Kevin Murphy said, I think some people might have considered him, others did not. I think just because we get tips or information on somebody, in this case, the father of a subject is dating the victim, doesn't necessarily make him a suspect, but it's definitely somebody that we want to gather intelligence about.
And intelligence, part of gathering intelligence would be, hey, Brad Holder, thanks for coming in today. Can I have your phone? Right?
Early on, maybe not, but that was done by the FBI, so I'm not sure what they're...
Well, Logan Holder's name is not in this document as somebody that they're working hard.
Who is suspect 6?
Objection. There's no question in front of the witness.
Yeah, sustained.
Can I read that? Because...
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't say who suspect 6 is, so I don't know who you're referring to.
Well, Logan Holder's, they mentioned Bradley Holder. If they were going to mention, are you suggesting the suspect 6 is Logan Holder?
No.
Okay. Logan Holder had his phone taken on the 14th of February. We just heard that, correct?
Yes, that was part of the missing persons investigation at that time.
Right. Bradley Holder, 3 days later, you're saying that they did not take his phone?
I'm saying that there's no documentation or evidence indicating that the FBI or anybody else took anything from his phone.
Even though he says that he thinks that they did.
I think he was confused. Yeah, confused on that.
Okay. He could be confused about the day it happened and where it happened, when I think what he's said is, Logan and I turned it over at the same time, but he might not be confused about whether the phone was taken.
Objection. If that's a question, it calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw it. Would you agree with me that Lemler and Purdy should have recorded the interview in Cass County at Logansport?
No, I would not.
How? Can you give me this? What about a report? Should they have written a report?
As Detective Purdy said, when you're just gaining information about a subject matter, the state police does not require you to document that information. So I would say most detectives would not have documented that when they're just trying to gain subject matter.
They should have taken Brad Holder's phone, though, on the 17th. Would you agree?
No, I would not agree with you.
You would have taken his phone, were you?
No. I don't know if I would have or not. But at that time, he was the father of the boy that was dating Abby, a victim. So we're just getting information from them. And we didn't get the other information until later.
No other questions.
Mr. Luttrell.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
I'll call Roland Purdy to the stand.
Purdy here.
Yeah, so I'm going to show that K is not admitted then, or J, I'm sorry, K is not admitted.
It's
L is. Okay, thank you. I got.
sorry, Judge.
Jesus. Thank you for this surprise appearance. State your name for the record.
Roland Richard Purdy.
And what do you do for a living?
Oh my God, the screen just got really small. Hold on. I'm a detective with the Indiana State Police.
Did you work on the Delphi murder case?
Yes, I did.
Did you investigate at some point in time Brad Holder?
He had been cleared, so I had looked at his Facebook, that type of thing, with the understanding that he'd be cleared already.
Okay, so you were familiar with the social media, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked Defendant's Exhibit L, and I want you to look at the middle, and tell me if that is recognizable to you.
Hold on, I'm not keeping up with the screen here, so or somebody's not. I got to get to it on my screen. There we
Teresa.
go. I told her I was going to yell at her for it too. She did that. I had never seen this photo before. I think the deposition. I can't remember if you showed me this photo at the deposition back last August, but I have never seen this photo before.
Okay. Now, can I have?
You have L.
Okay. Let me give that back, because I know when I came up, I promised I'd give it back. If I could have the one with the. I'm going to hand you Exhibit J. It's already been admitted into evidence. Can you identify that for me?
Yes, the left photo is a picture of LW's deceased body. The right photo is pictures of bodies and stick formations that I believe was on Brad Holder's Facebook page.
I'm assuming that is supposed to say AW.
That's what I thought too when I
Who's
read
LW?
it.
Okay. And you verified that in a previous deposition
Yes.
that you saw that what's on the right side photo of Exhibit J that was on Brad Holder's Facebook
Yes.
page. But your testimony today is, and that's okay, that the one with the hanging man upside down, you don't remember seeing that?
I don't remember seeing that one.
Fair enough. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Purdy, if I may see Exhibit J, in reference to Exhibit J, you've indicated you're familiar with that photo.
Yes.
It's a side-by-side photo. One side is from the crime scene in this case.
Yes.
Where's the other photo from?
I believe Facebook.
And how do you know that?
I believe I saw it on Facebook.
Okay, and were you asked about it in your deposition?
Yes.
That was, I think it was referenced in August of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And you recognize that photograph as it indicated. You thought it was dated some years before the crimes?
Yes, I believe it was dated 2012.
That's when it was posted on Facebook.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Baldwin.
Just to supplement the record, because I think that's a limited photo, I'm going to ask one more question. Thank you. What is the proper thing to call you? Detective?
Detective is fine, yes.
Detective, thank you. This is Exhibit M. Can you tell me what that is?
I believe that's the complete photo that was in the right half that you showed me a little bit ago, the prior.
And that's the one you saw on Brad Holder's Facebook post?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit. I'm sorry, I didn't show that to them. Defendant's Exhibit M. This is the full photo of what was on Brad Holder's Facebook page.
No objection.
All right. Without objection, M is admitted.
I have no other questions.
Mr. Luttrell.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, I have some outside scope of direct questions for this witness that will allow him to be excused once we're finished with him at this time.
Any objection?
Nothing.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead. No, you're not done yet. Mr. Purdy.
Huh? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was looking for. Never mind.
It's okay. Just keep in your seat there, sir. No, we were. He's going to ask you some questions outside the direct. That way, when he's done, then you're done, and then you can go for the day.
Detective Purdy, approximately what time frame did you work and assist on this investigation?
Approximately March of 2017 to probably March of 2018.
And prior to that, what was your assignment with the Indiana State Police?
I was a detective with the state police. I had been assigned to the FBI task force as a task force officer. During the process of becoming a task force officer, there's a background investigation and there was a holdup on my investigation. So they sent me to Delphi to help with the investigation while all of that was going on, while my investigation was being done.
In the process of assisting during that approximately 1 year, did you interview Brad Holder?
Yes.
And where did that interview take place?
Logansport Police Department.
And did you question him about the murders at Delphi?
No.
Would you tell the court what you did question him about, and what did Brad Holder tell you?
I was told that Brad Holder would be a good source of information concerning Odinism, and so myself and Detective Lori Lemler asked Brad Holder to come to the Logansport Police Department, and we talked to him about the Odinism.
Was there anything shared by Brad Holder that shed light on who killed the victims in this murder?
No.
Did you write up a report?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you record the interview?
I didn't have a recorder. If it was done, it was done by Lori Lemler, and I called Lori, and she didn't even remember the interview.
Was it her understanding that it was not recorded as well?
Yes.
Have you ever come across a report or a reference to a recording documenting this conversation you had with Brad Holder in Logansport?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that there's a recording out there of that?
Nope.
The interview that did not cover the Delphi murders?
No.
Were you deposed? Well, you've already testified that you were deposed in August 2023. And did you mention this interview of Brad Holder?
Yes.
And did you tell the defense that you did not know if it was recorded, that you did not record it yourself and had no record of it being recorded?
That's correct.
Did you tell the defense that you did not write up a report?
Yes.
I have no further questions of Detective Purdy.
So I'm sorry, Judge,
No, go ahead.
Brad Holder didn't say I killed those girls to you.
No.
Okay. You should have written a report, correct?
Not necessarily. I mean, is that a question?
It is, yes.
Oh, okay. In case we were talking to somebody concerning subject matter, a report wouldn't necessarily be made.
I mean, you could have written down, because later on there might be a trial or a hearing like this. I talked to Brad Holder, and here's what he told me about Odinism. And then the defense could then compare what he says with the crime scene or with anything else, right? I mean, we could have used the words out of Brad Holder's mouth to you for that interview.
Okay. I didn't do a report.
You should have recorded it too, right?
Not necessarily on a case like that when we're just looking for information.
Becky Patty is the one that led you to Brad Holder. Is that correct?
That's who first told me that Brad Holder was an Odinist. Yeah, that's correct.
And what interested you about it? Was that the unusual stick configurations found at the scene and Norse paganism as a possible explanation for how those girls were murdered, right? That's why you went over to talk to Brad.
That's correct.
And you...
Or not. That's not why I talked to Brad, because I was told he had been cleared just for information from Brad concerning Odinism.
My gosh. Did you go talk to Patrick Westfall about Odinism?
No.
Did you go talk to anybody else about Odinism?
Yes.
Who else?
Tony Portwood?
And he works for the state police?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, and the Beverly Shores police chief. I don't recall her name.
Okay.
There was an Indianapolis officer who was also an Odinist, and we had spoken with him. Lord.
So this is about a month or so after the girls died that you think you went and talked to. We don't have a report. I don't know the date. So let's try to narrow that down.
It would have been August at some point, sometime during August. Lori Lemler was only in Delphi, I believe, 1 month, and I believe that month was August
In
2017.
thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's good. And I thought maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you said Lori Lemler said she couldn't remember if it was recorded.
Right.
Okay.
She couldn't remember the interview at all.
So if Brad Holder testified in his deposition that he thought it was recorded, he's probably mistaken, would be your thought?
Probably mistaken.
Okay. And if Brad Holder said that you asked him a lot of questions about Patrick Westfall, would he be mistaken about that as well?
I don't recall asking him about Patrick Westfall.
Okay. Did you know Patrick Westfall's name?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew he was a Norse paganist, correct?
Yes, I believe he mentioned Brat or Patrick Westfall that he was the leader of the Odinist group that he was a part of and that they'd been in the military together.
And by August, you would have seen Brad Holder's Facebook posts with the rune that he had. I'll call it a rune, but the configuration that he drew on his wrist, right?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit K. Tell me when have you seen what's on the right-hand side there before?
Yes.
Okay, and what that is?
Which way are we?
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay.
The marking on not that,
Okay.
not AW's body, but the other.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
That's the marking on Brad Holder's hand that he posted a couple of months after the deaths, correct?
I'm not sure when it was posted, but yeah, I believe that was a tattoo type marking on his hand.
And that was very similar to the way the sticks were formed on AW's body. Would you agree?
Yes.
So thank you. And in spite of the fact that at some point in time after the girls were murdered, there's a stick configuration on AW that looks very similar to the way that Brad Holder drew on his wrist. You weren't over there to ask about that because he had been cleared, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't clear him.
That's correct.
Do you think he should not have been cleared?
I trust the people I work for. And if they say there were so many leads to follow up, so if somebody told me someone had been cleared, I would move on and trust their judgment.
And you also know about what I call the mimicked crime scene photo that you say was from 2012 that was on Brad Holder's Facebook page.
Yes.
Right. And that was similar. I mean, first of all, that's real weird, isn't it? Isn't it weird?
Yes.
And especially knowing that LW's body is, posed similarly to the way that lady is posed on his Facebook page, right?
Yes.
And still, in spite of that, you did not go to Brad. You just said, he's been cleared. That's all I need to know. But I do want to find out about Odinism, right?
Yes.
No other questions.
Anything else, Mr. Luttrell?
Nah.
All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down now.
So that was the whole July 30th.
And so we're going to be moving on to July 31st with the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. And our first witness is going to be the warden. Luttrell, I think that you can have a seat back at that table.
All right.
Mr. Rosie. Mr. Rosie?
Am I changed?
Yep.
Okay. I would call John Galipeau. May I?
You may.
What's your name?
John Galipeau?
And we've met before, right, Warden?
Correct.
3 or 4 times now, I think, right?
Correct.
And tell the judge where you work.
Currently, I work at La Puerte Juvenile Correctional Facility.
Okay. And how long have you been at the, and what is the, at capacity are you employed at Laporte?
I'm the warden at La Puerte Juvenile.
All right. And how long have you been with the DOC?
Approximately 28 years.
Okay. The sound is, we're getting like that.
If we can move the microphone away.
Away?
Oh, just the microphone away. Okay.
Warden,
Yeah. And I think if you speak up loud, it will capture you.
we're still experimenting with a new system here, so bear with us.
I will.
You said you've been with the DOC for about 28 years.
Correct.
And you were previously the warden at Westville, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long were you the warden at Westville?
Approximately 5 years.
And when was it that you left Westville and went to your current position?
I believe I started at La Puerte the beginning of February, so 8 months roughly.
And you suggested to me previously, did you not, that you basically had a lateral, I think that was the way you defined it, a lateral transfer?
A reassignment.
Okay. You went from supervising, is it fair to say you went from supervising about 2,300 inmates down to 60?
About 2,800 inmates to right around 55.
Lateral.
So 2,800 adult felons at Westville, roughly.
Correct.
And now you're supervising 60 teenage females in Laporte, right?
Currently 54, yes.
54. Thank you. And you recall me taking your deposition back on March 22nd of 2024?
I do.
You took an oath at that time to tell the truth. Is that right?
Correct.
And you did that, right?
Correct.
I asked you, do you recall me asking you questions about Mr. Allen's safekeeping order and generally how familiar you were with those circumstances?
Correct.
Did you tell me that you were not aware of any other circumstance in the time that you had been at the DOC where someone in his situation had been confined on a solitary basis?
Confined on a solitary basis? We have 255 on a solitary basis. It was the first safekeeper I said that I've had.
Yes.
Yes.
So you told me that this is the first time you've been in a situation involving a safekeeper in Richard Allen's circumstances.
Yes, this is the first one I've been involved with.
28 years?
Correct.
And one of your responsibilities, is it fair to say that one of your responsibilities as the warden is to manage the custodial staff and the inmates at the prison?
That's correct, yes.
And that would include having knowledge of what kind of offenders are being housed there, safekeepers, those types of things?
Basic knowledge, yes.
And do you agree that Mr. Allen was held at your facility in Westville for the better part of a year?
Yes, I would concede to that. Maybe a little longer.
I'm just kind of estimating here, but basically November of 2022 through early December of 2023. Does that sound correct?
Sounds about right, yes.
And is it true that during that time that he was either on constant watch or on close supervision?
Or neither, correct.
Oh, okay. There were times when he was on neither of those?
Yes, there was times when he was off mental health orders.
Okay, all together?
Correct.
Okay. Do you agree that during Mr. Allen's detention at your facility that he was afforded very little privacy?
He was afforded very little privacy. Yes, I would concede to that.
It would be reasonable to say that he had no privacy. Is that correct?
At time periods.
Okay, well, let's just start out at the obvious. His cell, if I recall, you said it was about an 8.5 by 12.5 foot cell. Is that right?
Correct.
And that cell, is it accurate to say it was contained in a maximum security unit within the penitentiary itself?
That is correct.
If I say it was a in a prison within a prison. Is that a pretty nice way of describing the facility or WCU where he was housed?
It's a fair description.
A lot of acronyms in this business, right?
There is.
But the WCU is the way you describe the unit where he was housed?
Correct.
Tell the judge what that acronym is.
WCU or MCC, Maximum Control Complex.
And what's W? What's the W? Where'd that come from?
Westville Correctional Unit, WCU.
Westville Control Unit.
Unit. Correct.
Thank you. And so that unit is a unit inside the prison where basically you have to go through another set of fences and then into a confined unit to access Mr. Allen, right?
That is correct.
And is it true that during his entire stay at the facility that he had a video camera installed in his cell?
That is correct.
Okay, and that particular cell, well, you'll have to correct me. I think it was A107.
That is correct.
That cell, is it fair to say, is used for specific purposes?
Yes.
And one of those purposes is that it was used for monitoring suicidal offenders.
That is true.
Is it also accurate that that cell was situated in a unit where there are a number of other confinement cells?
55.
And those are all very similar in terms of their characteristics, right?
All the same except for the bed, yes.
Same size, I was going to say amenities. That's probably not the right word, but in general.
Same dimensions.
Same dimensions?
Yep.
Okay, so basically he's in a suicide observation cell, but his neighbor right next door, a few feet, is in a cell just like the one he's in?
Correct.
But he gets a camera. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And that camera basically is focused on his cell 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Yes, sir.
And that camera, is it accurate to say that that camera was recording his movements, activities, and everything that he did in that cell during those times?
That is correct.
And just to be clear, so the judge is aware, that camera, is it fair to say, did not have audio, it's just video?
That is correct. No audio.
And did you then instruct Miss Maps, one of the employees at the prison, to preserve all that video?
Yes.
And so that happened early on in Mr. Allen's stay that you instructed her to do that?
I'm not sure when it happened, but yeah.
What were your intentions of having her preserve all that video?
Just for proceedings, just like this.
Okay.
Just so we could have, knowledge of, be transparent.
Purposes of litigation, right?
Or just to be transparent. Yeah, to capture anything that may have happened.
Okay. Well, when you say proceedings just like this, you're talking about us being here in a courtroom.
This is one of them.
Okay.
Correct.
We were talking about privacy. Do you agree that even when Mr. Allen would use the restroom, that whether it be a number 1 or number 2, so to speak, that would be on video?
Correct. It would be.
Do you agree that there were lights on in his observation cell throughout his stay at Westville?
Correct.
And in fairness, there's a window in the cell, right?
There was.
Do you recall us talking about that in our deposition?
Briefly.
If I describe the window as kind of window slit, if you will, is that a pretty good way of describing it?
It is. I would describe it probably 5 feet by 10 inches, maybe.
Okay, so pretty narrow, but it's taller than it is wide, right?
Yes, sir.
And from what I could see on the video when I was watching, the bottom of that window is actually elevated quite a bit in that room, maybe face level or higher, right?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, so the higher portion of the video you really can't see because right?
No, the window probably starts, I would say, waist high, maybe.
Okay, do you recall specifically Mr. Allen's window being damaged when he was moved into that cell?
I remember it being scratched.
Okay, and then it had to be replaced?
We replaced it, yes.
Is it fair to say there are policies regarding the amount of recreation that Mr. Allen would get while in that setting?
Correct.
And you told me in part of the deposition that he would get 3 to 4 1-hour sessions a week. Is that right?
I think they allotted 5, yes.
In depositions, you told me 3 to 4.
I believe they're allotted 5.
So did you go back and check the policy since I last talked to you?
No, I believe they're allotted 5.
Okay, very well. So 5 1-hour sessions?
Correct.
All right.
When available.
And do you acknowledge that there are times when those sessions can be curtailed because he's on some other form of watch, whether it be constant or close supervision?
Correct. Or refusals.
And do you acknowledge that there were long periods of time where Mr. Allen was detained at Westville when, in fact, he was on either constant or close watch?
Yes. I'm not sure the duration he was on them, but he was on both of those.
And in fact, do you acknowledge that when he showed up at the prison doorstep, so to speak, in November of 2022, that he was immediately placed on suicide watch?
I don't recall whether he was placed on suicide watch. If he was, it's because he was on suicide watch as he was transported to us. I'm not sure when Westfield put him on suicide watch.
Okay, very good. Do you recall that he was placed on suicide watch roughly from about April 1st of 2023 through the rest of his stay, December 5th, I believe, of 2024?
There was intermittent periods where he was on or off, so I'm not sure the exact dates when he was on or off, but it was intermittent.
Thank you for that. The point being that when you're on this particular watch, then some of your privileges can be cut off, right?
That is true if he's on constant.
Let's talk about Mr. Allen's visitation at the prison, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you acknowledge that when there were visits with his attorneys and his family that he was transported by a number of guards?
Yes, sir.
Do you acknowledge that he was fully shackled when that occurred?
I do.
And when we describe the shackles, we're talking about handcuffs, right?
Correct.
And those handcuffs are a little different than just a regular traditional set of handcuffs. They're box cuffs, right?
Well, the handcuffs are the same. There's just a box over the handcuffs.
Very good. Thank you for the technical explanation. So traditional handcuffs with a box in them, right?
Correct.
And the box makes them more restrictive.
Correct.
Do you acknowledge that he also had a belly chain on him when he was transported?
That'd be standard.
And do you acknowledge that he had ankle shackles or foot shackles when he was transported?
Yes, sir.
Do you acknowledge that do you acknowledge that he also had I don't want to get too technical here, but the belly chain is hooked to the box cuffs, right?
Correct.
So you can't really move your hands.
You can move them. They're designed for transportation. So you can eat with them. You can go to the bathroom with them.
Well, you have to unhook them from the belly chain to eat, right?
No.
You don't have to?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that he also was essentially walked around with I called it a leash, you called it a lead, but it looks like a leash, right?
It is a lead.
Just like you would use with a dog.
No,
Has a little hook on the end with a ring.
It's a security lead. Correct.
Transported with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you acknowledge that every time that you moved Mr. Allen out of his cell, that there was, strike that. Let me rephrase that question. Do you acknowledge that a majority of times that you moved Mr. Allen out of his cell, that you used a video camera to record those movements?
It should have been every time. Yes, sir.
Okay, I wasn't sure when it started, so I didn't want to force it to a technical error.
Right.
So you think it was every time?
When the order came down, it was every time, yes. I'm not sure when that started, but it wasn't too long after he got here.
Okay, and so essentially, while he was being walked to the shower, he had a video camera on him?
Correct.
While he was being walked to see his lawyer, Mr. Baldwin and I, he had a video camera on him?
Yes, sir.
Actually assigned an individual to do just that?
Yes, sir.
And there were even occasions when his lawyers would meet with him. Do you acknowledge when you were video cameraing or videoing those meetings?
Yes, sir.
Now, in fairness, it was not in the room, correct?
Correct.
But the video camera was located directly outside the window, very near where his lawyers were then.
Correct.
Do you acknowledge that that video camera was pointed directly at Mr. Allen as he was communicating with his lawyers?
I would hope so. I'm not sure how it was pointed, but that's the intent.
And that he was required to sit in certain spots that would be for him, like certain chairs,
Correct.
so that the video could be affixed on him firmly?
When he was on suicide watch, correct.
And during these meetings, he was fully shackled, as you've described earlier, right?
I'm not sure if I know he was unshackled during his visitations.
What about the meetings with his lawyers?
I'm not sure. I don't recall. I didn't walk him down there.
Okay. Did you ever look at any of the video?
Not that video, no.
Not any of that video?
Not with the attorneys, no.
Not by yourself?
Never.
Okay. You mentioned his visitation that you thought he was unshackled just a second ago, right?
He was.
Let's educate the judge about that. So he was taken to visitation in the shackled manner that we discussed. Is that accurate?
He was transported there, yes, correct.
Okay. And then when he got there, there actually is a process where you go through that's called the changing of wardrobes.
Correct.
And he was allowed to sit at a table during that visit, right?
He was.
And his wife he was allowed a brief embrace with her. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
And do you acknowledge that the two of them were required to sit at a specific table in that visitation room?
That's policy, yes.
And do you acknowledge that that visitation room was basically empty with the exception of a couple lawyers and some prison guards?
It was empty because we made accommodations for Mr. Allen, correct.
Okay. And do you acknowledge that there were prison guards that were located near him while he visited with his wife?
Absolutely.
And are basically sitting on each end of him as he sat and talked to his wife?
Well, they were in the room. I'm not sure where they were standing, but they were in the room.
Well, we've talked about this before, haven't we, when I took your deposition?
I'm not sure we talked about this specifically, but
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
I don't know if we talked about this specifically, but there's guards in every visitation room.
All right. Well, there are guards located around the visitation. Is that right?
Correct.
Those people could overhear the things that were being said in the room with him.
I don't know where they were standing at.
All right. Do you acknowledge that he was not given the basic provision of water during those visits?
There's no water during visits.
There's what?
There's no water during visits.
So the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Visits,
There's a water fountain in that room, isn't there?
there is.
But it's just right next to where he was sitting.
There is.
And there are vending machines in the room.
Also true.
And when other inmates have visitations, their family members get to buy things for them, don't they?
I believe $4 or $5, correct.
Well, there's like 10 vending machines in there, right?
There is.
Okay. So having something to drink in that room is not a novel idea, is it?
Having something to drink in that, nobody from Westville gets water in there.
Okay.
Visits tend to be like an hour long. I think we granted Mr. Allen 2-hour visits.
His wife didn't get any water either, did she?
No, sir, not that I recall.
Pretty reasonable request, though.
It's policy, sir.
I'm sorry?
I said it's policy.
Policy?
Yes, sir.
So you can have a Pepsi, but you can't have water?
Correct.
All right.
You're not allowed to get up is probably why that's there. You're not allowed to use the restroom. You're not allowed to use water. You're not allowed to get up and walk around. Your visitors can, but the inmates cannot.
All right. So there's no reason why she shouldn't have been able to get a drink.
I'm not sure.
Do you recall that during Rick's stay at the unit that there were tasers that were used to assist with his detention?
I recall 2 incidents, yes.
And do you recall that those incidents basically involved a situation where he was placed back in his confinement cell and wouldn't remove his hands from the cuff ports?
That is correct.
So to educate the judge again, the cuff port is the phrase that you use for the little slit in the door where you would put the inmate's food
Correct.
or pass other items to the inmate without opening the door, right?
Correct. Yes.
And that cuff port, actually, I looked it up on the internet the other day to see. I thought it was like a 5x10 portal or something. Is that generally?
I don't know the dimensions of it. I would guess, just guessing, probably 3 foot in diameter, 8 inches high.
Okay, when I say 5x10, I'm talking inches too, just to be clear. You think it's about 3 foot wide?
Probably, yeah.
But that's what you use for handcuffs, for taking handcuffs off and things like that, right?
And fast food.
We're talking about the use of force. Is it accurate to say that the 2 times that the taser was at least deployed was because he wouldn't take his hands out of the cuff port, right?
Correct.
And I suggested, why don't you just walk away for a second until he takes his hands out and then close the door, right? Because we suggested that to you.
I remember the suggestion.
And what was your answer?
I don't know what my answer was, but my answer today was that would be dangerous to leave the cuff port open.
Okay, because he was some threat to these officers?
He could be, yes.
I mean, he's in the most confined place in your entire prison, right?
All 255 cuff ports are shut.
Okay, but do you agree that he was in the most confined cell in your entire prison?
Same cell, just with a camera.
Did he have any track record at all of doing anything to harm any of the guards
Not that I
leading up to those circumstances?
recall.
So he wasn't a threat to anybody, was he?
There was some non-compliance, but not a threat, no.
So when you don't comply, you get punished by getting tased. Is that what you're saying?
If we can't secure your door, yes.
Now, let's talk about statements made by Mr. Allen. You told me that you heard him make some incriminating statements. I think you told me about 3 to 5 different times when you were at the prison.
Roughly.
And those all occurred at the cell door. Is that accurate?
Either through the cell door or through written communication.
Okay, well, I'm talking about what you heard.
Yes, through the cell door.
And you acknowledge that those communications also occurred when someone else from the prison, whether an inmate companion or a guard, was present.
Yes, sir.
And you told me that you never documented any of this stuff, right?
I did not.
But that those interactions would have been documented by either a prisoner or a guard.
They could have been, yes.
And I think what you told me was, forgive me if I'm wrong, but those statements that he made were what I'm going to call, my term, generic statements. Basically, I killed those 2 girls.
They were a little, he mentioned them by name.
Okay, he mentioned them by name. Nothing, there was no detail involved in the statements, right? Other than that?
No, sir.
Now, were you aware that there was an active law enforcement investigation ongoing while he was detained in your prison?
I wasn't aware of it.
You didn't know that?
It wouldn't surprise me, but I wasn't aware of it.
Okay. Are you aware that law enforcement officers were coming into your facility during his stay at Westville and interviewing your guards and inmate companions?
I don't recall them interviewing any inmates.
Okay.
No.
You don't have any knowledge of that?
No.
If that were happening, would you expect that that would be something that you would have knowledge of?
I would hope so, yes.
All right. Do you have any recollection of any police officers coming into the facility to talk to anybody about Rick Allen's detention circumstances between November of 2022 and December of 2023?
The only law enforcement that I can't remember his name, but came into my office and spoke to me briefly. But I don't remember anyone interviewing guards or inmates there, no.
I couldn't hear. What'd you say at the end?
I said I don't remember any law enforcement coming in and interviewing Mr. Allen or guards. No.
Give me 1 second. I need to look real quick. Let's just talk about prison life in general. You'd acknowledge that living in a prison can be really tough on people,
It can be uncomfortable.
and especially on their mental state.
Sure.
And that detaining someone in a secure unit like the WCU can be even tougher on an inmate.
Some prefer it, so
But it can be tougher on an inmate
sure.
for those who don't prefer it.
Concede to that.
Was there ever any suggestion from Rick Allen while he was there that he preferred to be in that confinement cell?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. You acknowledged to me in your deposition, I think the phrase was a major adjustment for somebody in their life, right?
Sure.
Especially if you've never been in a prison before.
Correct.
Are you aware that Rick Allen has not one speck of criminal history before he walked into your facility?
I don't know his background.
Okay. Let's talk about the inmate companion program, okay?
Sure.
You guys refer to it, you staff members refer to it as the Suicide Companion Program. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that the technical phrase?
It's one of the phrases, suicide companion. Yeah.
Hey, everybody in this hallway right here, y'all need to shut up, or we're going to cancel the rest of the hearing. Got it?
I'm scared to talk. Just kidding. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it accurate to say that basically there are employees at your facility that recruit inmates to participate in this program?
I don't know if we recruit them. They come from the Plus program.
Okay, Plus program is a program in the prison that offers inmates up an opportunity to engage in positive activities, right?
Correct.
I'm talking pretty broadly here, but that's generally accurate.
Yes.
Take it off, yes. With those activities can come. It's spelled. No. Okay. Why don't you bring me a hug and I'll pour it in? Oh, okay. Please don't spill. With those activities can come time cuts and things that they can do to get out earlier. Is that fair?
I don't know if they involve time cuts. I'm not really sure. I don't know if they do or not. It's Plus, it's a purposeful living unit.
Okay, so it's a unit. It's kind of like a trustee unit where you've got people that garner a little bit more trust than normal.
In theory, yeah.
Now you need my help.
I'm filling it up with the
Water.
no, with the thing that's in the refrigerator.
In theater, and those people are still convicted felons, right?
Correct.
And those convictions, is it accurate to say, can include anything from murder down to theft
I would suppose.
and everything in between?
Sure.
And so one of the incentives, is it accurate to say that one of the incentives for getting into this program would be you get to be in this other dorm, the Plus unit or whatever you call it?
I couldn't hear you. Say that again, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is it accurate to say...
No.
Oh, the apple juice. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on. You all hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Tiny humans.
I appreciate you asking me for help. But you said you wanted a hug. I thought you were getting water to water it down some.
No, I'm taking
Apple juice.
Everybody stay quiet or Liga comes back.
There you go. Well, I heard it and I was like, that doesn't sound like, what is he doing? That doesn't sound like a hug. All right. So, is it accurate to say that one of the incentives of being in the Suicide Companion Program is that you get to live in the Plus house, the Plus dorm?
That's one of them. Sure.
It's a better place to live than being in general population, right?
I mean, it's the most crowded place to live.
Okay, well, but the amenities are better. They get more privileges.
No.
Okay, then why would people want to live there rather than living in the general population?
To be around positive people, more positive people.
Okay, it's a different unit altogether though, right?
Correct.
Different set of walls.
Yes, sir.
And these companions, one of their responsibilities is that they would sit at the door of someone, an inmate, another inmate, and basically engage in observations, right?
Correct.
And is it accurate to say that they're given paper and pens and things of that nature to assist in that process?
Yes.
And is it accurate to say that the companion program is really set up for that purpose, to help you monitor other inmates?
Yes.
You being the custodial staff, right?
Correct. I mean, custodial staff still check them. They still do their normal rounds. They just don't ignore and say to the companion, just, you have this individual and we're not going to while they're checking on them. So, I mean, we still do our normal rounds.
I understand that. Thank you. So you've got a guard in the unit, but basically you've got this companion sitting at the doorstep. That's my phrase, at the door of the inmate that's making these observations.
Yes, sir.
I think you told me at one point they're like 5-minute observations. Is that accurate?
It depends what they're on. Close to constant 15-minute check.
Would Rick have been on those observations at times during his stay?
Intermittently, yes.
And they're essentially reporting what he's doing, right?
Yes.
And I've read the log sheets.
Sure.
They might even report that he's doing nothing, right?
Fair to say.
What he's saying, they record that.
Yes.
The way he's acting.
Yes.
Emotions are even communicated in some of those sheets.
Probably.
In terms of being on formal suicide watch, is it accurate to say that mental health makes that decision?
Correct.
Is that in consultation with you as the warden?
No.
I might have asked you this earlier, so forgive me, but do you acknowledge that Rick Allen was on suicide watch at times in your penitentiary? When he was not suicidal?
I would. I'm not a mental health professional, so they give the orders. We follow them.
You don't know that?
No.
Would you defer to Dr. Walla with regard to that issue?
No.
She wouldn't have information about whether or not he was on suicide watch?
She would write the orders and we'd follow them.
Okay, maybe the word I used was the wrong one. Let me ask you this. Do you agree that she would be a better source of information about when he was on suicide watch and when he wasn't?
Yes, they're her orders.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So some of those prison companions were people that were convicted of crimes of dishonesty. Is that accurate?
I would suppose. I'm not sure what they were committed for.
Theft, fraud, forgery, those kinds of things?
Supposedly, yes.
Well, do you have those kinds of people in the prison?
We do.
And the rules regarding the companions, do you acknowledge, prohibit communications between the companion and the inmate?
Yes.
There's no doubt that the companions aren't supposed to be discussing legal matters with the inmates, right?
Correct.
Did you ever discover that there were companions that were talking to Rick Allen about his circumstances, whether personal or legal?
I was not aware of any, no.
Have you never read or are you aware of the transcribed statement of inmate Lacey Patton Jr.?
Don't even know who he is.
So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
Are you aware or have you been privy to the transcribed statement of inmate Jason Elliott?
Not sure who he is either, sir. So the answer is no.
To the extent that those statements were provided or were given to law enforcement, you don't have any knowledge of it. Is that accurate?
That's true.
I read a statement from Lacey Patton that I've given to the court previously. And in that statement, Mr. Patton admitted that he communicated with his child's mother and his family about Rick's confessions. Let's just hypothetically assume that that's true. Would that be an appropriate thing for an inmate companion to do?
Assuming it's true, probably not. No, they're not supposed to have any communication.
Do you agree that that would be in violation of the inmate companion rules?
Yes,
Same question with regard to Jason Elliott. He would have done the same?
correct.
Do you believe that that would be a violation of Rick's privacy rights within that prison under your policies?
If a companion was talking to him,
Was talking to their family about what he was saying?
May I ask a qualifying question, Judge?
You may.
Warden Galipeau, does the prison or DOC as a whole have a confidentiality policy for prisoners?
I'm unaware.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, ma'am.
I'd object to the question.
Any response?
I'm sorry, Judge?
Any response?
No.
Okay, sustained.
Are you aware that the inmate companion program has a set of rules?
I'm not sure what the rules are. I would hope so.
So you don't even really know?
No, sir.
Do you acknowledge that the inmate companions would fill out these log sheets? You call them bed boards, I think was the phrase I remember. And then those would be secured in a location within the prison.
Yes, sir.
I think you told me in some box or something, didn't you?
I believe so. Yeah, they were put in a box.
Okay, and where and what was the ultimate destination of those log sheets?
They would go to Dr. Walla. They'd be filed in his medical record and probably case notes uploaded to the EMR.
We have received those, Mr. Allen, though through the course of discovery from the state. Can you tell the judge how it is that those log sheets got from your prison to law enforcement?
I can't answer that, no.
Who at your prison could have given them that?
I'm not sure how they got to law enforcement. I couldn't answer that. Maybe through subpoena. Our process is we collect the suicide companion logs, which are different from the door sheets. They get in a secure box. Dr. Walla would pick them up. She would put them in Mr. Allen's medical record and upload it to the emergency record service.
So if it turns out that the evidence suggests that those did land in the hands of law enforcement, would you agree that it wasn't at your command?
Not at mine, no.
And it wasn't at your approval?
Not at mine, no, sir.
Because if things like that are getting out of the prison, private information like that, you would be approving to that, right?
I would hope so.
And you didn't in this case.
Had no knowledge of it.
Did you ever request that Rick Allen permission, either written or verbal, to release any of those records to anyone outside of the prison?
I released those records to the central office. That's the only people we released them to.
Okay, now to make sure I understand this, you told me earlier you released them to Dr. Walla.
Dr. Walla collects them.
Okay.
So if we got a request, those documents would be turned over to central office.
Okay, did you get a request?
Yes, but not from law enforcement, no.
Okay, from the central office.
Correct.
And so you gave them to the central office.
Correct.
Do you suspect that maybe, I'm just opining here, that the central office might have given them to law enforcement?
It's possible.
Did anybody ever tell you that, hey, the cops want these records, would you get them to central office, central administration?
I just gave them to the central office as advised. I have no idea how they got into any law enforcement hands.
Okay, but there was a trail of these records being processed from the doorstep of Rick's cell, at least to the central office that you're familiar with.
I'm not sure what records would be kept at central office.
Maybe I didn't ask a very good question.
All right.
I'm sorry, I'm going to withdraw the question. Do you agree that there is a chain of custody, we might call it, of the records that were created at the cell, at Rick Allen's cell, by your companions or your guards, and those records ultimately made it to the central office?
Sure. I'm not sure about if there's a chain of custody filled out.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, you don't really know where they were during this time in the middle of that process, right?
I mean, when I turn over to central office, I don't know if internal affairs turned them over central office, but there was a request made to gather those documents, and that's what we did.
Do you know who had access to those documents between the time they were created by the author and the time that they made it to the central office?
No,
Did you ever require anyone from law enforcement to get a court order to obtain any of these records?
I did not.
Did you get any request from media representatives to get those records?
I've never dealt with the media in this case.
When you released those records to central office, did you report any of that to Mr. Allen? Like, hey, I'm just letting you know we released your records to another office or agency or anything like that?
No.
You didn't seek any kind of consent from him at any point while he was there to release those records?
No, they stayed within our agency.
Let's talk about the guards that were assigned to Rick's cell, okay?
Sure.
Do you recall us talking about your decision generally to assign those guards to the cell?
I do.
And is it accurate to say that you did that when you believed that Mr. Allen was starting to engage in some, what I think you called bizarre behaviors?
That is correct.
And that was in April of 2023.
I'm not sure, but I do recall.
That sound about right?
It could be. I'm not sure.
1 second, Your Honor. When was it that you left the prison? Was it February of 2024?
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to just try to get acclimated to time and place. He was transported out December of 2023, correct? To Wabash Valley?
I believe it was sometime in December. I'm not sure of the exact date, but yeah.
When you made this decision with regard to the guards, can you estimate about what time frame that was during his stay at your prison?
I made decisions to put guards on his cell the day he received his legal mail. So whatever that date was, I'm not sure, but that's the exact date.
Do you know what time of the year that was?
What time of year?
Yeah.
I'm not sure when he got his legal mail. I don't recall.
And so, is it fair to say that somebody informed you that he started making some incriminating statements?
I'm not sure anyone informed me. I mean, I heard what he told me.
Finish that.
I said I only heard what he told me.
Okay, and so you, based on those things and knowing that he was getting his legal mail, you decided to pull the companions and replace them with guards.
I replaced him with guards based on his bizarre behavior.
Why? What's the difference?
What's the difference of...
Why do you need guards rather than companions?
Because his behavior was bizarre, for more protection. He was covering himself with feces. He was, washing his face in toilets.
Do you believe that guards are more credible than the companions when it comes to relaying information?
I didn't want the companions to have access to his legal mail. I didn't want them to see the legal mail.
You didn't trust the companions?
It's not that I didn't trust them. I wanted the heightened security since he had his legal mail.
All right. And you were concerned that they might see that and communicate that with someone else.
Yes, I didn't want anyone to have access to it.
Do you believe you're going to get a more accurate reporting of Rick Allen's conditions if you place the guards on that cell?
I believe I'd get a more accurate, correct.
Do you believe, or did the guards fill out the same kind of door sheets or bed forms or bed boards, whatever you...
They did.
Sorry, I'm getting sloppy again. Log sheets?
Log sheets, bed boards, suicide companion logs.
Okay, and those would have been 5-minute observation logs?
Depending on what he was on. If he was not on mental health, then they would be 15.
And those forms were preserved as well, is that right?
Correct.
And those are also some of the forms that you turned over to Central Administration?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the phone calls at the prison, okay?
Sure.
So my understanding is that the inmates are subject to this phone system, which is basically run by GTL, I think is the name of the company.
Correct.
Is that generally accurate?
Yes.
So the service is subcontracted out to somebody else.
Correct.
But the Indiana Department of Corrections has an arrangement, some kind of contractual arrangement with GTL to do that, right?
Yes.
Did you or your staff monitor any of the phone calls that would have been made through GTL lines?
I did not monitor any of the phone calls made. I'm not sure if Ms. Maps had access to it, but that would be a better question for her.
Okay, and this is where things get a little bit more complicated, but there's actually more than one phone there's clearly more than one phone. Let me withdraw that question. There are different services, phone services, that are used at the prison, right? You have the GTL system that you have your own kind of internal system. Is that correct?
Both phones are GTL. Yeah, there's phones in the rec yard and the tablets are GTL.
Okay, so the phones in the rec yard are not GTL based.
I believe they're GTL based. Yes.
I'm trying to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
And then there's a phone that they move around to the cell door once or twice a week, right? That's kind of a portable phone.
Yes.
And that is not GTL.
That's a DOC phone, I believe. Yes.
Okay, so there are two different kinds.
Okay. Yes.
There's the GTL setup and then there's a DOC setup.
Right.
Does the prison have the ability to monitor the DOC phone?
I believe so. Again, that would probably be a better question for Miss Maps, but I would assume so. Yes.
And then there's the tablet, right?
Correct.
And is that a GTL based product?
It is.
And so there are communications that can be made by an inmate to other or by, frankly, on that system, right?
I mean, they got to be approved. So whoever is on his phone list would be approved.
Okay.
So you just
For phone calls.
right. I mean,
But there's also e-communications, right?
what's e-communications?
Like text or emails and.
I don't believe there's texts. No.
Okay. Are those GTL based? In other words, GTL has access to that information.
Correct.
Can the prison get access to that information when you need it?
I believe internal affairs can. Yes.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me redirect you back to the conversation about his cell block, okay? He had a mattress in that block. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is it accurate to say that that mattress was essentially on the floor?
Oh, it was on a bed frame.
Okay, but let's get to the heart of this. The bed frame is a metal slab, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the metal slab is really close to the floor, just within inches of it.
Yes, sir.
Did we lose Rosie?
No,
Okay.
I didn't hear her.
You jumped out and back in. Like, I don't know. It was weird.
I saw that. The screen went purple and then, oh, whatever. So what did I say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the cells next door also have, the inmates that are next to him in the cell block also have mattresses, correct?
All 255 of them, sir.
And they also have beds, right?
Correct.
Bed frames
Correct.
that are more traditional bed frames, aren't they?
They're just about a foot higher.
They're elevated.
Say that again, sir?
They're elevated.
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in his cell he had no tables to sit at?
There's no tables in any cells.
Not in his, right?
Not in any, sir.
Okay, but I'm talking about his.
Okay, there's no tables.
Oh, all right, and he had no chair to sit on, did he?
There's no chairs.
Okay, he was given a cardboard box. That's what he was eating on, right?
He was. I don't know if he was eating on it, but typically the cardboard boxes, people put TVs or personal items.
That was his amenity, a cardboard box, right?
Sure.
Otherwise concrete, right?
Yes, sir.
Steel?
Rebar.
The whole 9 yards?
Prison, sir.
Yeah, toilet?
Absolutely.
Steel?
I'm assuming.
Mounted on the floor or the wall?
It's mounted, yes.
A couple feet from his bed, right?
Standard.
Basically, he goes to the bathroom, pretty much where he lays his head and goes to sleep.
I don't know if where he lays his head, but yes.
Couple feet.
Sure.
I don't have anything further.
Ms. Diener.
Warden Galipeau, do you have corrections experience prior to your position in supervision?
In the Department of Corrections?
Or anywhere?
Prior to the Department of Corrections, I was a corporal in the Marine Corps.
Okay. And then were you a corrections officer before you moved up the ranks?
I was.
And so when you gave us a number on your total experience at DOC, the 28 years, does that include your time as a corrections officer?
Yes, ma'am.
As the warden for Westville, did you have any choice in whether Mr. Allen was assigned to your facility?
I did not.
Did his placement come with instructions?
Yes.
From where?
Central office.
And what instructions were you given?
Put him in a cell that has a camera access, so a suicide cell, A1-107.
Did they actually assign him to A1-107?
There's only 4 cells that have camera access, and A1-107 was one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I guess I wondered, when he gets there then, do you have the choice of any
No, ma'am.
one of your 4?
No, ma'am.
They tell you exactly what cell he goes in.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know anything about Richard Allen before he gets there?
Never heard of him.
With regard to the camera cell, A1-107, how many other camera cells are in your facility?
In WCU, there's 4. There's 1 per pod, A pod, B pod, C pod, and D pod.
Okay. And you said there's 255 people in solitary confinement. Is that describing A, B, C, and D?
Correct, ma'am.
And of those 255, 4 of them, potentially, would be in a cell just like his. Well, he plus 3 others.
Correct.
You were asked if there was a camera installed. Is this camera part of the structure of the cell?
It is.
So you didn't put one in there just because it was him.
Correct.
And it has no audio.
Correct.
So how is the camera used and for what purpose?
The camera, those cells are normally designed for inmates that are on suicide watch, so we could monitor behavior through physical presence and a secondary observation.
Through physical presence by someone.
By a guard.
Guard.
And secondary observation. So if someone's on suicide watch, typically that video would be put in the control pose. So we have a constant without having a constant order.
So a person in a designated location can see what's going on in his cell 24/7.
Only one person, the person that works in the control room.
Okay, so there's one person in the control room.
Correct.
And this is for his safety, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive other instructions regarding the safety of Richard Allen with regard to his placement?
No.
When you talk about constant watch, was that part of the requirement?
Constant part of our requirement for...
When he's placed in a camera cell.
Yes.
Does that, in addition to itself, require you to video him when he's out of his cell?
The video out of his cell was a separate order. That was specifically designed for Mr. Allen.
Okay, and that order came at the same time or sometime after, if you remember?
I believe a few months after.
Okay, and again, did you have any decision-making in that process?
No, ma'am.
Did that come from central office also?
It did.
So by being required to have visual on him at all times, what steps did you have to take to put that into place?
Just follow instructions. You know, anytime he came out of his cell, it's being reported.
And you had to do that with other inmates before?
Yes.
So what does it involve with regard to personnel?
It takes at least 2 staff members to move any offender outside the cell, and there's 1 more staff for the camera. So it'd take an additional resource of 1 staff person.
Okay, so 2 to actually do the movement.
Correct.
And 1 to record the event.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a question about his lights. Was his cell unique to the others in his pod or in the facility with regard to how the lighting works?
His lighting was never interfered with. There's a light. He has a button in his cell where he can, basically a night light, so he can dim it.
Okay, so if he doesn't dim the light, it's going to be on.
Yes, he's the only one that has access to dim it.
His window, was it the same as everyone else's window?
Correct.
And when you say you had to replace it, or you were asked if you had to replace it, did you have to replace his window?
It wasn't scratched up that bad, but the request came in to be replaced, and I'm assuming we replaced it probably within 2 weeks.
And where did the request come from?
I believe it came from Mr. Allen and Dr. Walla. I believe it came from Dr. Walla.
Okay, but you were under no requirement to change that window. It wasn't in violation of policy, was it?
No.
Were you doing it to assist him with adjustment to his circumstances?
Correct. I was doing it to assist Dr. Walla in her orders.
Okay. She came to you with other requests, did she not?
I believe so.
What are the ones you remember?
Specifically his tablet. When he broke his first tablet, Dr. Walla asked if he could get another tablet. I recall that. That was arranged.
And did you do so?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Did you do that for him?
We did.
And explain to us the process of a tablet. So when a person comes into the facility, are the rules different for a safekeeper or another inmate with regard to access to a tablet?
All inmates are issued tablets. Again, this is the first safekeeper I've had. Mr. Allen was issued a tablet. The only thing different is when the general population or anyone else breaks their tablet, they won't get another tablet until they reimburse GTL the $250. He wasn't able to reimburse for the $250, so we assigned him another tablet so that he could have communication with his attorneys. We didn't want to interfere with any legal process.
Okay.
So that was the decision that was made.
So you're making an extra effort to assist him.
Yes.
When he'd gotten his first tablet, did he get it faster or with more expedited processing than maybe an inmate that came in next to him on the same day?
Yes, there's probably a few hundred inmates that still don't have tablets at Westville.
And they've been there a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about the family visit. The family visit was an unusual circumstance, was it not?
Very usual.
Another accommodation you made to assist.
Correct.
Mr. Allen. Were there any conditions attached to that accommodation?
To accommodate him, we had to cancel several other inmates' visitations because he has to have the visitation room all to himself. Typically, visitation is 1 hour. I think we allotted 2 hours for him. So yeah, accommodations were made. There's no one, the other 254 inmates that are kept in that unit never have face-to-face visits. He was the only.
They all have to use their tablet and talk to their family on their tablet, correct?
They don't even use their tablet. So if someone came to visit an inmate there, they would use a kiosk at the front gate, and the inmate would go in different holding area, and he would use the kiosk. So no family members are permitted inside segregation. No contact visits are authorized inside segregation, except for Mr. Allen. He was the first one I had in my 5 years.
Okay. And is the segregation area also sometimes referred to as a restrictive housing unit?
Sure.
Okay. Are those interchangeable or should I not interchange them?
The acronym for it?
Well, is it a restricted housing unit?
Yes.
Okay.
Where the visitation was?
No. Where he's housed.
Yes, restrictive housing. Yes.
Okay. And so he gets a family visit. You arrange for him. Did you tell him, you have to confess to me in order to get a family visit?
I never asked him any questions.
Was Dr. Walla his advocate for requesting you to accommodate such?
As far as the visits, I think that came from central office because the request was made, I believe, maybe from Mr. Rosie, if the family could come in and visit. And we honored that and made arrangements for that.
Okay. So you actually were asked to do it by central office, but it was up to you to figure out how to logistically make it happen.
The logistics, yes.
Okay. So in this family visit, that doesn't happen for people in your unit.
Correct.
Did you have to make a decision as to whether he would be unshackled in order to hug his wife?
No. So routine, the only time he was shackled or restrained was during transportation. Once he got to the destination, like Mr. Rosie explained, He changed into a jumpsuit, the restraints were removed, and he was also very unusual for someone assigned to RHU. Restraints are never removed outside a cell.
Okay, so another accommodation made for him.
Yes,
And the reason he couldn't have water or go to the bathroom, you indicated, was because he couldn't leave his chair.
correct.
And was that for safety reasons?
It's safety reasons for trafficking. When people use the bathroom, they might leave something in the bathroom and the inmates follow. So if they go to the bathroom, visitations are canceled.
Okay, so a family member, for people who don't understand this, could go to the restroom, leave something behind, and then if Mr. Allen goes to the restroom, that would be trafficking.
If he picks it up.
If they left something behind for him.
Correct.
Okay, and so that was the circumstance of his family visit.
Yes.
Now, again, that was recorded. Was it recorded visually because of the constant watch order?
So when he went to the visitation room, all visitation rooms have camera access. So whether it be 4 or 5 cameras. So at that time, we didn't have the need to put the handheld recorder because there's already cameras in the location.
Okay, so when the question was posed that there were guards in the room, you indicated there are always guards in the room.
Always.
Okay. Are they there to listen to his conversations?
No.
Why are they there?
To provide security.
Okay. Did you review any documents in preparation for today or for your deposition about events of when a taser was used on Mr. Allen?
No.
And so if the records would reflect that the taser was used on one occasion and another occasion it was just physical placement of hands by a guard on him to subdue him.
Right. The taser was used.
Would you know whether that's incorrect?
The taser was used because, like I said, he refused to shut the cuff port.
Okay, and that's a safety risk.
Yes.
And the dates of the taser use, to my knowledge, occurred during May or around that time period. Mr. Allen had been in the facility for quite some time at that point, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So at that point, would it have been clear to him that you don't leave your hands in the cuff port or refuse to put them in the cuff port?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Is it a regular procedure that an offender would be required to follow orders of transport officers with regard to placing their hands in the cuff port or putting the cuffs on or off or to remove them once that's complete?
Correct.
And so they would have rules to follow with regard to how they respond to that.
Correct. And the inmate population is well aware of those rules.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Mr. Allen would have been well aware of those rules, and the cuff port is to be secured.
Thank you. So walking away as suggested, to just let Mr. Allen calm down and decide to follow the rules would not be acceptable. The guards would be in trouble.
Correct.
How much participation in the placement of companions do you have? You said you don't decide if a companion is assigned, but in this situation, you said that you did change them.
I did.
And so do you closely monitor what inmate companions are doing or not doing?
I typically don't look at the log sheets. The only time I intervene with the suicide companions is how many he would have been allotted to have. I think he first got here, they switched, I believe, every 4 hours, the suicide companions. So I don't know. I'm just going to throw out a number. Westville may have 50, 60, or 70 suicide companions. I wanted to limit the number that were assigned to him just to control communication. So I believe I probably allowed 8 different suicide companions to monitor his activity.
And when you say monitor his communication, is that because you're trying to elicit certain information from him?
I'm trying to not expose information. The less people that deal with Mr. Allen, the better. Unfortunately, inmates, they do talk to each other.
Okay, so your efforts were intended to keep it quiet that Mr. Allen is there.
Correct.
And what happens when a lot of people know that a high-profile detainee is in the prison?
They communicate.
Okay, and you're trying to keep that to a minimum.
Correct.
When you say he received his legal mail and it resulted in you making a change, what was your purpose in changing it to guards?
Because I didn't want companions to have access to his legal mail. He still had the ability to shove legal mail through the door if he wanted to. So I wanted to eliminate that possibility at all from his legal mail ever having a chance to circulate through outside the prison.
So, did you have a conversation with the guard companions about what the expectations would be as a door companion? Or had they done that job before and they knew?
They have not. We just told them to document the behavior. We put out an order if anyone was to go inside Mr. Allen's cell for any routine searches or shakedowns, it would be myself, the major, or lead captain. In case of an emergency, of course, responding staff could go in the cell, but when his legal mail was there, we are the 3 people that had access to go inside.
So, can you repeat who those would be?
Myself, Major Cornet, and lead captain Gary Lewis.
Cornet, Cornett.
Correct.
Any other was?
Gary Lewis.
Lewis.
He was the RHU supervisor at captain.
Lewis.
Correct.
Are these supervisors?
The highest supervisors. Major Cornet is the highest ranking custody supervisor, and Captain Gary Lewis is the highest ranking custody supervisor in that unit.
And you did that for Mr. Allen's protection of his legal
Correct.
case information. Was there a rule? We were talking about what were the suicide officer companions told with regard to their responsibilities. So you said document behavior.
Correct.
Document anyone entering the cell.
Yes.
Is writing down what he says a directive?
It's not a directive. Some choose to be very detailed and some not.
What about his behavior would create increased responsibilities for a door companion?
How his behavior would increase responsibilities?
Yes.
If his behavior became bizarre, which it did, then we, switched him to officers.
Okay. But when you've got officer companions and they're documenting behavior, did they have any responsibilities with regard to additional responsibilities or action based on Mr. Allen's behavior?
No.
Okay. If Mr. Allen was self-harming, were they just supposed to write it down, or what would they do?
They would alert the staff.
Okay. I would look at that as an additional responsibility.
Correct.
That's kind of what I was looking for. Are there any other additional responsibilities that they might have?
To alert staff, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
And at one point, did you have to have another conversation with officer staff because there was an incident of self-harm and you wanted to reiterate to them the concern?
Yes. My concern was they need to stop it.
Okay. Did you have to do that more than once?
Only once.
Now, other people had suicide companions in your facility, correct?
Correct. It's frequent.
And do all suicide companions serve the same function?
They do.
And do all of the suicide companion logs get put in the same place as Mr. Allen's?
Yes.
And are they?
Strike that. No. Mr. Allen's were placed and Mrs. would pick them up.
And how was that different from what would happen with the others?
Well, when he got there, it wasn't a secured box, and we found it necessary to put them in a secured box. So we had a few that went missing, none of his, but we needed to put them in a secured box where the unit team manager, Dr. Walla, would only have access to that box.
Okay, so a suicide companion gets done with their shift, they have their log.
Correct.
They go put it in a locked box for Mr. Allen.
Yes.
And if they weren't watching Mr. Allen, they would just put it in a location.
Same box.
Same box?
Same box.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there was a locked portion for Mr. Allen's.
There was a locked portion for all of them. That was a transition that we did. Before there wasn't. It was just you put it in like an inbox, and then we decided it's probably best that we secure it, so we put it in a lockbox.
Okay, so that locking down of suicide logs once they're put in the box was done for all offenders having suicide companions.
Correct.
And then a supervisor sorted them out.
Correct.
And sent them on their way.
Yes, ma'am.
Was any suicide companion, inmate, or officer directed by you or anyone you're aware of to ask Mr. Allen about his charges or his offense?
None.
Did you ever ask him about his charges or his offense?
Never.
If an inmate companion told a family member that Mr. Allen was confessing, you indicate you have no knowledge of that.
I would not have knowledge of it, no.
Are you involved with administration to the effect that you know why companions fill out log sheets?
I'm not sure where that originated, but no, that's a mental health order that they fill out, the log sheets.
Okay. Was there anything different about Mr. Allen getting his legal mail that was unique?
The only thing that was unique about it is all legal mail throughout the facility is copied, so they don't get the originals. Mr. Allen did get his originals, so they were not copied.
What would be the reason for copying legal mail before it goes to an offender?
The introduction of drugs. A lot of legal mail is not really legal mail. It's just from a fake law address, and then they can spray K2 or synthetic marijuana on it, and then the offenders get the legal mail and they smoke it.
Okay, thank you. You were asked about the conditions of his cell that has no table, no chairs, mattress on the floor. You indicated that no inmate has a table or chair. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what would be the reason, if any, that the bed in an isolation camera cell would be basically on the floor?
So the inmates that were on suicide watch can't get away from observation and go under the bed.
So again, it's for his safety.
For his safety.
Did Mr. Allen make a specific request to speak with you with regard to a confession?
I believe 1 or 2 times. Yeah. Yes.
How was his request
In a form,
delivered to you?
in a request for interview, I believe it was.
Is that written?
Yes.
What do you do when someone in Mr. Allen's position makes a written request like that?
On his case, I turned them over to internal affairs.
So if he sends you a written request to confess, you don't go talk to him?
No.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Warden Galipeau, I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 8. Will you take a look? It's got 2 pages. Make sure you have a chance to see both.
8, Stacy? 8?
8.
Yes.
Can you identify those?
Yes, I can.
And the first page is?
Chain of evidence and an evidence record to say what I did with the letters. On the first request for interview, I dated 3/5/2023 at 16:47. So 4:47, signed it and gave it over to internal affairs with his request.
I'd like to ask you about that.
Sure.
Now, the top page is when you turned it over to internal affairs. Is the chain of custody?
Yes.
That one's dated April 5th, and the other document that's actually a written request by Mr. Allen has a date in March. Do you believe that he did that twice and maybe?
I believe I did get more than one request. I definitely remember this one.
Okay.
And this one was dated March because I put the date on it myself. On the evidence card, I wouldn't put the dates.
So you had at least one request from him and you recognize that.
Yes.
And the chain of custody form, it may be for a secondary request or it may be misdated.
Correct. Or unless there was 2 pieces. It looks like they were both collected on internal affairs in April and this was in March. So I'm not sure how soon they got it, but.
How do you get it to them?
Any things I would get, unusual requests for interviews, requests for a Bible, whatever. Internal affairs would pick it up. I don't know if they pick it up weekly, but I'm sure it left my office and down to internal affairs, so it could be secured.
How does it get from your office to internal affairs? Do you have a runner?
Internal affairs comes to transport it. They'll come themselves to get it.
Okay.
In this case, who transported those would have been Miss Maps. Looked like Jessica signed it, which is also an investigator for internal affairs. And she's also a CPO, so a certified police officer for the Department of Correction transported his mail.
Okay, so you have a designated place where you put things for internal affairs and they come and get them when they choose.
They come get it, put it in their evidence box, and which is located in their office under camera.
Okay. State would move to admit Exhibit 8.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, I have no objection.
All right. Without objection, 8 is admitted.
So you did not interview him pursuant to his request?
No.
how much contact would you have face to face with Mr. Allen?
When he first got there, I'd say that I would look at him visually probably daily for maybe the first 2, 3, 4 months, and then maybe a few times a week, and then it'd taper off. This bizarre behavior continued probably daily and then tapered off for a few times a week. I go on pods daily, whether it be A107 or C107, and I was in the unit daily.
And that's how you chose to do your job, to keep track of what was going on.
I have to be on that unit, so does the major.
Okay. And so during some of those face-to-face contacts with Mr. Allen, how would you approach him with regard to conversation?
I wouldn't approach him. I would look into his cell, and if he approached me or conversated with me, then I would answer his question.
And during those times, did he make statements to you about the crimes he's been charged with?
Yes.
And did he provide you any details?
No, he just confessed.
Okay. And you indicated that may have been written down by someone else in the vicinity. Is that correct?
There's an annotation in the suicide log where he also confessed, and that was in more detail than what he verbally told me.
Okay. You're saying the suicide log, being the companion sheet,
Correct.
had more details than what he spoke to you.
Correct.
Were you also present for some of his statements containing details related to these homicides, when he was in the presence of others besides door companions?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
If I directed your attention to maybe meeting with medical?
It's possible. So I was both in, I'm not sure what he said during medical, but I was in both when he got his medications and they were both recorded. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah.
You weren't the only one that heard these things?
No.
And to the extent that there were multiple people present, it was also recorded on the handheld camera.
Correct.
And you're familiar with those statements?
I'm not familiar with the exact statements. I remember them because they were in the nurses station and in segregation. So it would have been Dr. Martin and the medical team doing the assessments.
And when I say familiar, I'm not saying do you remember them verbatim. I guess what I'm saying is, do you remember the circumstances of the situation that he was making them?
Yes.
And was anyone interrogating him?
No.
Was anyone asking him questions about his crime?
No.
Are you aware of any time that anyone did?
I'm unaware, no.
In fact, were there times that you spoke with Mr. Allen and that he indicated that he was properly cared for at your facility?
He was.
And were there times where he was asked if he needed anything and he indicated that he was fine with what he had?
I asked him personally, and if he needed anything.
In fact, you offered to get him a loaner television. What was the circumstances of that?
We have loaner televisions, yeah, based on, same with the tablet. It's kind of like a mental health progression order. If your behavior continues to behave, then he gets, certain privileges.
Okay, so it was a situation where you were offering an earned privilege if his behavior improved.
If I recall, I remember him saying he didn't want one.
Okay. Was it directed at him disclosing information about his crime?
No.
Did Mr. Allen ever tell you that someone was interrogating him or coercing him to make statements?
No, he did not.
Would he have had ample opportunity to do that?
He would have, yes.
I have no other questions.
Mr. Rosie.
Judge, can I have permission to ask a few omitted questions?
Certainly.
Thank you. Warden Galipeau, you have a case management system at the prison. I think maybe it's called Insight, if I'm not mistaken. Are you familiar with that?
It's called Insight?
I might be getting it confused with another. Do you have a case management system at the prison?
We have case managers, yes.
And to be more clear, do you have the ability to access records at the prison through the computer or through the computer database about people's criminal histories and their circumstances in the criminal justice system?
I mean, I don't.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, does that even sound familiar?
Insight does not sound familiar, no.
Okay. Do you have access to any system where you can get on and say, okay, this is what Rick Allen was convicted of, or this is what Sam Smith down in cell block A107 was convicted of, anything like that?
Yeah, I have access to see why people are incarcerated. Yes.
Okay, and what's that? What system are you accessing?
I'm not accessing anything. I would just ask or check their personnel packet.
Okay, so a personnel packet is one place you go?
Sure.
I'm assuming that's an electronic one?
Both.
Do you have the ability as a warden to access information about other people in the DOC that are not in your facility?
Do I have access to find out where they're at and what their crimes are?
Yes.
Sure.
And what system do you use to access that?
It's on the internet. It's on the Indiana Department of Correction homepage. You go to the inmate locator, type in DOC number, and it provides the information.
Okay, so you use the same system I do to find out where somebody is, don't you?
Sure.
And what if you wanted more personal information about their intake at a facility? For example, like at RDC, do you have the ability to access that?
I have the ability to their packets.
Where are those packets located?
I have the ability to look at their packets.
Where are those packets located?
In the records room. I never had a reason to, but they're kept in the records room.
Okay, so if somebody were housed in, while you were at Westville, if somebody were housed in Wabash Valley, for example, you'd have the ability to look at a packet of information. It'll give you detailed information about that inmate.
No, that packet would be at Wabash Valley.
Okay, so I'm going to trying to ask as clear of questions as I can. Is there any information that's available to you at the DOC regarding the details of other inmates outside of Westville and their incarceration in IDOC?
No.
Is there a policy that prohibits the use of inmate information for personal reasons? In other words, like you can't get on there and start looking up a case because you have some personal interest in the matter?
I'm not sure. I mean, you can Google.
No, I'm talking about just DOC here for a minute.
No.
Things that the public can't get their hands on?
No.
Do you have a policy that you're familiar with that says you can't do this for personal reasons?
Not that I'm familiar with, no.
Now, I'm reacting to Ms. Diener's questions to you. She asked you some questions about Rick's initial assignment to Westville. Do you recall those last questions?
Yes.
And you said you didn't have any choice about his assignment, right?
That is correct.
If you don't want someone at Westville, do you have the ability as the boss to just call and say, we don't really want him here anymore?
Not how it works there.
So the answer is no?
The answer is no.
Ms. Diener was asking you about the number of other people in that WCU unit. I think you told her about 255 is what you said. Do you remember that?
Correct.
How many of those other people of those 255 are pretrial detainees?
1.
And who's that?
Mr. Allen.
And how many of those other people in that 255 have never been convicted of a crime before?
None.
Ms. Diener asked you about the cameras in the cell. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I think what you said is that those cameras are permanently mounted in the cell, right?
Correct.
So he was put in that cell specifically because the cell had the capacity to take video of him while he was there.
Correct.
And you said there's only one person that can see the video, right?
Correct.
And that person would be what I'm going to loosely refer to as the control officer, maybe, that was on duty.
That's correct.
Now, if there were other officers standing there talking to the control officer, they could certainly see it, right?
I mean, they're not allowed in the control room.
What about the next control officer that comes in?
They would have access.
So that's 2 people, right?
Correct.
And then so on and so forth.
Correct.
You can have lots of people that work in the control room.
Not lots, but selective. There's a lot of training in the control room.
You have turnover too at the DOC, right?
Of course.
The WCU is considered a disciplinary unit, isn't it?
We have other forms of inmates in there that are not disciplinary.
Okay, I'll get to that, but it's considered disciplinary, isn't it?
Sure.
And administrative.
Sure.
And so many of the inmates that are housed in the WCU are there because they're being punished for wrongdoing in other parts of the prison.
They're being sanctioned, correct.
And those inmates have 8.5 by 12.5 foot cells, right?
All the same.
Concrete and steel.
All that.
A toilet that's mounted to the wall.
Correct.
Just like Rick Allen's, right?
Yes, sir.
So he was treated just the same as those inmates who were on disciplinary segregation for these other conduct violations.
Correct.
You told Miss Diener that you made accommodations for him, right?
I did.
Made an accommodation by getting him the tablet, right?
Correct.
And you made an accommodation by replacing the window in his cell?
Correct.
Did you replacing his tablet place some significant burden on you or your staff?
It's not the way we treated the rest of the facility. And you had...
No, but I'm asking you if it was real burdensome for you.
It was inconsistent.
Okay. Inconsistent with what?
Inconsistent with the way we distribute tablets. We have tablets that are 200-300 short. That tablet could have gone to a person that did not break his tablet.
Okay. What I'm asking, was it hard for you to go get him another tablet? I mean, you're the boss, right?
It can be difficult. GTL is a private company. I'm the boss of Westville, not the president of GTL.
In this case, was it hard for you to get him another tablet?
It took a few days.
Okay. Was the tablet in the prison?
I believe so.
All right. So physically, you had to walk to another unit and grab the tablet, right?
Something like that.
You have a lot of time to walk around at the prison, don't you?
I walk around the prison, yes.
I mean, that's what you do when you're there, isn't it?
Well, I do more than that, but yes, I do make rounds.
And you said you made accommodations for him to visit his family, right?
Correct.
Do you have regular visitation at the prison?
Not for that unit.
I'm sorry?
Not for that unit.
Yeah, well, but you do have regular visitation at the prison.
For general population.
You actually have a building that's reserved for that.
For general population.
Okay, but it exists, right? You have people, inmates, and their families coming to see them?
For general population, correct.
All right, and how many times a week do you have visitation?
Every day.
All right, and how long does that last?
1 hour.
All right, so 1 out of 24 hours a day, that room is consumed by people in general population and their families, right?
Correct.
So it's not that much of a burden to use another 2 hours on one of those days, one time in 8 for the small months he was there to accommodate him.
I mean, you probably canceled up to 14 visits to accommodate him.
Well, you could have just done it the hour after you had the regular visitation.
Or we couldn't have done it at all.
Okay, well, yeah.
Correct.
You couldn't have accommodated him at all, right?
Correct.
So you made a small accommodation, which wasn't really a burden on you, was it?
It was operations. Yeah, it took a little bit.
Same people still working, right?
Abnormal situation.
Ms. Diener asked you about these guards, and your response is that they don't have to listen to their conversations, or the guards don't have to listen to Rick Allen's conversations, right? They're not directed to.
No.
But they're given a pen, right?
The guards?
Yeah.
No.
To write with?
Who? The guards?
Yeah.
No.
Well.
The visitation room supervisor has a pen.
Okay.
It's just a log.
Well, they have log sheets. The log sheets, right?
Correct.
On those sheets, they're writing down the things that he's saying in the cell, aren't they?
I'm not aware of that during visitation.
Have you ever looked at one of these log sheets that have been?
I haven't looked at the visitation log sheet. I don't know what's written on visitation. I can't tell you if he was on suicide watch at the time or not.
Let me redirect.
Because he was on it, so...
Sorry, you finish.
No, go ahead.
Let me redirect you to the guards that were standing at his door cell monitoring him, okay?
Sure.
They had pens and paper.
Correct.
And that was given to them by the DOC.
Correct.
And they were writing down the things that he was saying.
Correct.
So they were naturally listening to him while they were writing those things down, right?
They were a lot closer when they were in the cell.
Right. What I'm saying is they had to be listening to what he was saying or they couldn't write it down.
When he was in his cell, yes. I thought we were talking about visitation.
No.
Oh.
You said you chose 8 inmate companions specifically, approximately, I think you said, to monitor Mr. Allen, right?
Correct.
Did you look at the background of any of those inmates and their personal packets, or personal packets, to see what their history was before you did that?
No, sir.
You have no idea if they were the most dishonest people on the planet, do you?
I just know they came from the plus unit.
And you also know that they were convicted felons.
Correct.
And you said that you know that inmates talk to each other, right?
Correct.
That's common knowledge, right?
Right.
Lots of snitching going on in the prison.
A lot of communication.
You knew that before you assigned any inmates to him, didn't you?
Correct.
But you did it anyway.
I didn't make the assignment.
But you just said you put 8 people on him.
I limited how many people. I didn't make the assignment to put a suicide companion on him.
Okay.
That came from mental health.
Okay, well, you could have talked to medical staff and said, hey, maybe we shouldn't use an inmate, correct?
I don't control medical staff. They're a separate entity.
You're the boss, are you not?
I'm the boss. They're contractual. And I'm also not a doctor.
Does it take a medical degree to assign somebody to a door cell to observe an inmate?
It takes a mental health professional to put someone on suicide orders.
Okay, but does it take somebody with a medical degree to assign someone to a door cell?
I'm not sure.
Cell door.
I wouldn't think so. No.
Do those companions have any mental health training?
I believe they go through training. Yes.
And what's the extent of it?
I'm not sure. That's a better question for Dr. Walla.
So these log sheets were placed in a box, right?
Correct.
And that box was secured.
Correct.
And these sheets eventually made it to internal affairs or Dr. Waller, depending on the circumstances, right?
I don't recall any door sheets going to internal affairs, but they'd have gone to Dr. Walla.
The video did. I'm sorry.
The video could, but...
It was preserved by internal affairs.
Well, it's preserved by the server.
Okay, which is at the direction or that internal affairs is in control of, right?
They're not control of the server, but yeah, they would download it.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long.
They handled the manual side of that.
Sure.
And all those items then are secured for central administration if necessary, right?
If needed, yes.
So there's a system in place at the prison to secure all this information.
Correct.
And to process it.
Sure.
You were answering some questions about basically your daily visits with Rick when he first got there. You recall those answers?
Yes.
Or those general questions you were being asked?
Yes.
Rick was isolated really from any contact with other inmates, to be sure, right?
They all are.
And he's really isolated from any contact with certainly anybody from the public, right?
They all are, sir.
And yes, but I'm talking about Rick.
Sure.
And he has very little contact with any guards, right?
He had more contact than the rest of them.
Than who?
He had more contact than the other 254.
Yeah, because when you took him to get a haircut, you had to assign 5 guards to him to get his haircut, right?
Or when I assigned a guard to his cell 24/7.
Right.
Right.
But his contact with the outside world was extremely limited in the WCO.
Other than the tablet and phone calls and visitation.
There was almost no social interaction available to him anywhere on that unit, is there?
What do you mean there's no, I mean, there's phone calls, there's visits available.
They don't have the ability to associate with anybody, whether it be a group of other offenders, sit and play cards, anything.
Not typically, no.
That's kind of the whole point of the unit, isn't it?
Correct.
So for somebody to be in that unit and to be chomping at the bit to talk to somebody at their door would not be unusual, would it?
For the most part, there's a lot of people standing by for conversations.
That's actually a really good point, but I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Diener?
Just a couple, Judge. When you were asked about limiting his inmate companions to 8, did you handpick the companions that were assigned?
I did not.
So you didn't select them by name or by criminal history?
Just by number.
And so if one of them didn't work out, someone else made a decision and replaced them with someone else.
Correct.
With access to socialization for someone in that unit, as Mr. Allen was, did all of them have mental health stop by twice a day to see if they need anything?
No.
So there is a record that shows that a person stops by his cell twice a day and fills out a restricted housing unit form, and they can check a box as to whether he's fine or whether he wants services. Are you familiar with that form?
Yes.
And so you're telling me that's not happening with everyone in the unit?
No, he definitely got pulled more for mental health and medical.
Mental health and
medical.
Okay. And when you say pulled, as in asked if he needed anything?
Or removed from his cell.
Or removed from his cell. Okay.
Yes.
And that was the other thing I was going to get to. He had the opportunity almost every day to go to the medical room for his vitals. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's not typical?
No.
Even for other people in a 107 cell and other pods?
No. Unless they were on some sort of hunger strike where they needed to get their vitals or a BMI it's not normal.
Okay. And then he could be moved from his cell for showers and for rec, correct?
Correct.
What about his access to the chaplain?
Upon request, if you wanted to have access to a chaplain, we would send her over there.
And how often would the chaplain be on the unit, the A unit?
The chaplains, I believe, go weekly. He gave me one specific request, which I remember, which he wanted to see a chaplain, and I sent a chaplain over, I believe, that day.
Okay. And then you said you walk the unit regularly.
Correct.
You were asked if the unit was a disciplinary unit, and you said it was also administrative. So you had people there that are being sanctioned, which you agreed with.
Correct.
What are the administrative placements?
It'd be administrative placement if you're pending an investigation. I'm sorry. You could be placed, and several of them are placed in there for protective custody reasons. Several of them are placed there in isolation. If they're on a hunger strike, we'll put them in an isolation cell so we can access their water intake, food intake, so they're nowhere near another offender. So, A and B pod, so the judge understands A and B pod are long-term segregated statewide offenders. C and D pod are Westville offenders. So they're not the worst of the worst in those pods. They're level 2 offenders that have been committed a violation and are segregated to that unit. A and B pods filled with a variety of crimes, some statewide PCs, some sanctioned to over a year, some sanctioned for 2 years. It all depends. Some have 1 year left in their term. Others might have 60, So it all depends on what they did to get there.
Okay. So we're not talking about people who are there for a week.
No.
And when you're describing this, we're talking about A, B, C, D?
Correct.
He's an A1 107.
Correct.
So A and B are people from other facilities.
Correct.
That were not placed in Westville from reception diagnostic.
Correct. They're typically level 3 or 4 offenders that would not be placed at Westville.
Okay. In which pods?
A and B.
Okay. So he's in there with people who would not typically be a Westville inmate.
Correct.
But they're there either for disciplinary reasons or for administrative reasons.
Correct.
And administrative reasons would be pending internal investigation for misconduct.
Or anything. Could be pending trafficking.
Okay.
Anything that Internal Affairs is looking into. But most of them are sanctioned to a fixed time to do in segregation.
Okay. And then you said protective custody. Does Mr. Allen fall into that category?
No.
What is protective custody?
Protective custody is an inmate that's in any facility that can't function out in the population where he, testified in court against another inmate or just in fear for his safety or life. We'll run him just like in our HU unit. We have our own protective custody unit inside Westville as well. We've got, at the time, it was 28 beds, I think. I think they expanded it a little bit more, but they don't have access to the general population either. And so they go to rec separately, they eat separately, everything's done with that unit. So you were used to doing that. So what you had to do for Mr. Allen, because you have people that are in a similar circumstance of protective custody where their own safety is at risk before being around other offenders.
Look at this busted up, expensive ass transcript.
I think Jody made a little
Many boo-boos. That's a boo-boo.
That's okay. Okay. And then you said isolation because of hunger strike. Is that because you can keep a better eye on them in that
Yes.
area?
Typically. We want to put them in a cell that doesn't have any water so we can realize how many ounces of fluid they're drinking. They're not around another offender, so they can't give them food, and we don't know about, just so we can monitor them better.
Okay. No other questions.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. You may step down. That was a big one.
Whoa.
That was a big one. All right. Who's Holman for this one? Are we getting a Holman back?
Did we lose Holman? Oh, we probably did. Where's Yellow? She would
Galipeau did a great job reading through 84 pages of transcripts. So I just want to say,
things I've ever heard of in my life.
Yeah,
you crushed it though. So I just don't know. I don't know if we have. Holman wasn't sure he was going to be able to last.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. Holman always goes missing during the hearings. It's like everybody always has to run around trying to figure out where the hell Holman is.
That's true. But where's Yellow? Is she gone?
Yellow is still backstage as Luttrell. Oh, hold on. I think we have. Nope, we have Purdy. That's Purdy. You need okay.
I think we're done with Purdy.
I think Purdy's done. Yeah, I'm here. I can last a long, long time. I don't have the script. You didn't. I thought you did.
I sent him both of the Holman.
C-Dub.
Hold on, I'll send it again.
All right. I think our OG Holman's gonna be back. So I think we're good. It just Holman gets lost in the courthouse sometimes, so we just have to kind of bear with it. So this was the warden's testimony during the hearing on motion to suppress. Holman's next testimony that we're going to be going over is also from July 31st on the motion to suppress. So just an FYI. And then we have Harshman, which will be our last one from the night, or for tonight, for the 31st, and it's also for the motion to suppress. So just an FYI, while we get Holman back, that tomorrow we're going to be doing everything from August 1st. So it's another 5 transcripts I think the longest one tomorrow was 68 pages. Sleuthie, am I right on that?
Yeah, and this is Perlmutter.
Perlmutter, yeah. And then so everything tomorrow will have to do with the August 1st hearing. So tonight we had the first two were from July 30th. And then we have the like I said, the Warden and Holman, which we're about to go over, and then we have one more after Holman. This one's not too big. Fucking Luke's never gonna come back.
I did resend the transcript.
Okay.
But this seems most appropriate from what I've heard of Holman about these 3 hearings. Was most of the time he was nowhere to be found.
Holman's just always just wandering off, doing whatever the hell Holman wants to do. Well, thank you, Carrie. I think Holman's coming back though. We're just wait, hold on. I have so many Lieutenant Holmans. I don't know what's the right one to put up now. Shit. I have 3.
Oh my god.
I think it's this one. Lieutenant Holman, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Perfect. I picked the right one.
All right, Trooper Jerry Holman, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Tell us your name.
Jerry Holman. Holeman.
Thank you, Trooper. Who do you work for?
Indiana State Police.
Okay, and you were here yesterday and we went through all this. You're one of the lead investigators in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and are you generally familiar with Rick Allen's detention circumstances, or have you been familiarized with them over the past 18 months or so? Detention circumstances.
Oh, yes.
Where he's been held, what the circumstances are, where he's been held, and where he's been transported to, those kinds of things.
Yes.
And is that related to his circumstances at the White County Jail initially?
Carroll County, White County.
I'm sorry, Carroll County.
Westville.
White County, Westville.
And then Wabash.
Okay, all of those, right?
Yes.
All right. And do you acknowledge, or is it accurate to say that some of his conduct while he's been detained has been a part of this ongoing investigation in this case?
His conduct?
Yeah, the things he's saying, the things he's doing, the way he's acting.
Statements that he's made?
All of those kinds of things.
Are you asking about statements that he's made?
Yeah. Well, and the way he's acted for...
Yes.
Okay. And have you assigned officers in the course of your investigation to, I guess, investigate, or, for lack of a better word, the circumstances regarding his detention at Westville?
I've assigned them to monitor his phone calls.
Okay, and tell us who those officers are.
The main one is Trooper Brian Harshman.
All right.
At some point early on, Detective Vito was involved in that, but mostly the documentation and investigation of it is going to be through Brian Harshman.
Okay. I think I saw also where at some point Investigator Mullen from the prosecutor's office was doing some interviews up at Westville as well. Am I correct about that?
Yes. Steve Mullen, Rich Davies, myself, and Brian Harshman, I believe, were the only ones that went up there and interviewed corrections officers and or inmates.
And what was it that first prompted you to either send someone up there to do some interviews or conduct some interviews yourself?
I can't remember exactly the date and time, but we received information that he had made some confessions. So that after that, we subpoenaed records, any other records that may indicate any audio, video, or written statements or anything like that, and received information from the prison. And we were able to review the documentation and find out that he'd confessed to not only his wife, mother, corrections officers, and inmate companions. So we got that documentation, reviewed it, found out who we needed to interview, and we interviewed them.
All right. Very good. Thank you for that. So, who was it that first contacted you to communicate these issues to either you or your staff?
No one contacted us. We were monitoring his phone calls, and once he made the first couple confessions, at some point after that, we decided to subpoena any other records that the prison might have, and they sent those to us. Nobody from the prison contacted us.
Okay. So you were actually monitoring his phone calls as a part of your investigation before any of this even occurred, these statements.
Yes.
That was a formal part of your investigation. You set that up so that you could do that while he was there?
Yes.
All right. And I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to kind of get to the point that you did that through GTL, the GTL service.
I believe that's the company's name, yes.
Okay. And did you reach out to the prison officials to get the information to communicate with GTL?
I did not.
Okay.
I don't know who.
Did one of your staff members?
I don't know who did that, but somebody did, yes.
All right. So basically, you were using GTL as your conduit for essentially surveilling his communications to the outside.
We were monitoring his phone calls, yes.
Okay. How is it that you know whether or not those phone calls would be phone calls he would have with his lawyers, other than just hearing his lawyer's voice?
Right. Well, the prison has it set up that those don't go into GDL. So we don't get any communications between him and his attorneys. I don't know how they do it, but we've never listened to any conversation between him and any of his attorneys.
Okay. Did you have somebody on your staff or you listen to these calls like on a weekly basis, or is this almost like in real time? Help me with how that works.
Weekly. Maybe a little more frequent than that, but
Then my view of this is that you've got some officer with a pair of headphones on sitting in his office somewhere, like, okay, now I got to go through a week's worth of phone calls, and you sit down and you kind of knock them off in bulk. Is that an unreasonable view or an incorrect view of what's inaccurate view of what's happening?
no, I would agree with that. That's a pretty accurate statement. Probably maybe a little less or more, give or take.
And did you actually listen to those calls? I mean, as a matter of routine?
No.
So is it Officer Harshman that was doing that?
Yes, Trooper or Detective Harshman was.
Okay.
Primarily. There was other people that were helping, but he's primarily the one that did all the documentation of the phone calls of interest.
And so I'm assuming when you get those phone calls and you're listening to them, and then if you hear something that's of significance, such as these calls to his family, you then follow up with the prison, right?
Not necessarily me personally. I did a few.
Your staff.
Somebody would, yes.
Okay. And one of the things you did was you went out and got subpoenas and rounded up more information about his circumstances at the prison above and beyond the phone calls.
Correct.
And what was that information?
What I told you earlier was any audio, videotape movements, statements from the prison, documentation from the corrections officers that were conducting the suicide watch, I think they called them door sheets or logs they were keeping, corrections officers. At some point, it switched. They did use prisoners as a companion program, but I think after he started making the confessions, they switched and no longer allowed the prisoners to do that, and they had the corrections officers. So we got all those logs.
Okay. What about any information from the warden himself?
I can't remember if that came in the first subpoena or later, but yeah, we did get some information where he wrote a letter.
Okay.
To the warden.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
A letter to the warden.
What about with internal affairs? Any information that you got from them?
Not to my knowledge.
So once you received this information, Did you continue to request the information to kind of continue to get updated information as he stayed in the prison? That's a kind of let me withdraw that question. That's kind of a compound question. Did you then routinely go through this same process to keep getting the most updated information regarding his detention circumstances?
As far as the phone calls, we continue to monitor them. We still would get information if there was any, I believe, yes. I think the answer would be yes, we did continue to get information.
And maybe simple, and I guess I'm just thinking now is, when's the last time you asked for this information?
I'm not exactly sure when we asked for the updated information.
Because I get phone calls pretty routinely through the discovery dumps, but the written stuff, not so much.
Yeah, I don't think we've received any or asked for any written. I may be mistaken, but to my knowledge, I don't think we've gotten any more written reports.
Okay, since he's been at Wabash Valley.
I don't think we have, no.
Okay, do you believe that you've acquired all of those when he was at Westville? All of the log sheets and companion reports and all that?
Up to the point when we got the subpoena. I don't think we re-subpoenaed or asked for any more information, to my knowledge.
Have you ever listened to any of those phone calls yourself?
Yes.
Did you listen to any phone calls, let's say, between December of 2022 and March 1st of 2023? The first 5 or 6 months he was there.
I believe I've listened to a few, yes.
Okay. Did you hear him on any of those phone calls assert his innocence?
I did not, no.
Okay. Have you ever read any reports where he asserted his innocence?
No.
Okay. You interviewed him twice before you arrested him, right?
Once. I just interviewed him once.
Okay. There were 2 interviews with law enforcement.
Correct.
Right? And he asserted his innocence in both of those.
Yes.
Okay. And have you listened to any of the phone calls from, let's say, August 1st of 2023 while he was at Westville until he was transported in December of 2023?
Yes.
And did you hear him assert his innocence in any of those phone calls?
Nope. I would not listen to the calls on a daily basis. I would just get one sent to me that I should listen to.
And those are the ones that were of interest to you in terms of being incriminating, right?
Yes, sir.
So you were filtering just those phone calls through your staff.
Correct.
Okay. And so at some point then, did you start, I'll say, directing? That might be a hard, kind of an aggressive word, but directing some of your investigators to go to Westville to collect information about these phone calls and log sheets and things of that nature?
I don't think I directed anybody. I just said that we had some information. We needed to go conduct interviews, and we just formulated a game plan. I know one day I went up with Brian Harshman, and I know Rich Davies, Steve Mullen went up. I may have went up by myself one day, but yeah.
So you went up to the prison and started interviewing guards and inmates, right?
Correct.
And those were people, the inmates were people that were assigned to him.
Yes.
And the guards were people that were specifically assigned to his cell.
Yes.
And you were recovering information from them, that anything that had to do with any incriminating statements he made, right?
Yes.
I've read those they're in transcribed form, right?
Yes, they are.
And those were given to the defense as a normal part of the discovery process, right?
I believe so, yes.
I've read those transcripts. Do you believe that you ever asked any one of those inmates if they ever heard him assert his innocence during their time with him?
I don't know if I asked, but I think that some of the guards may have said that he said he was innocent.
Okay. I'm going to ask the same. I asked it about inmates. I'm not trying to confuse you.
Yes.
The question was, did you ever ask any of those inmates if he said anything other than some of these incriminating statements?
I don't recall.
Okay, same question with the guards.
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the transcripts and review.
They're pretty short transcripts when I looked at them. The interviews, in my mind, were pretty quick.
Right.
Kind of right to the point. Did he say this? Do you recall that kind of approach?
I would agree with that. That's accurate.
You didn't ask any questions about the history of their monitoring him from beginning to end, did you?
I believe we did, ask about his behavior and things like that.
Do you recall asking them about conversations? Any of these inmate companions about conversations they had with him, aside from the incriminating ones that you're mentioning or we're talking about?
Could you repeat that again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Do you recall asking any of the inmate companions about any conversations with him aside from these ones that you were interested in, which is why you went there?
Yes. Some of them would volunteer that information
Okay.
about his behavior and some things that he said other than what was on the logs
Okay.
that we were there to talk about. Yes.
And what you remember is there might have been some guards that told you that he had asserted his innocence in their presence.
I don't recall, but I believe if I could review those, I would be able to tell you for sure.
Okay, so there were officers that went to the prison to interview guards and inmates, correct?
Yes.
Did anyone ever go up there to interview Dr. Walla,
No.
psychologist in this case?
No.
Okay, what about Warden Galipeau?
No.
Okay, what about the internal affairs officer?
No.
When you went to the prison, how'd you get access?
I forget who exactly I would look up their phone number, and I just called up there and told them I needed to come in there and interview Mr. Allen, and they would put me in contact with somebody. I don't remember the name. I think it was a major, and they would meet me down there and search me and put me through the metal detector, and then take me back to wherever I would be interviewing him or other officers and I.
Wait, what? He literally said that he would tell them he needs to go interview Mr. Allen and that they would take him back to wherever he was going to interview Mr. Allen. What am I missing? They were going and talking to him?
And they would put me in contact with somebody, I don't remember their name, I think it was a major, and they would meet me down there and search me and put me through the metal detector and then take me back to wherever I would be interviewing him or other officers and I.
Okay. Was this the WC unit where you interviewed these people?
Yeah.
Rosie totally missed that, I guess. So you went in the prison and then in the what I call mini prison within the prison?
So, well, hold on a second. Hold on real quick. Either he misspoke and he's talking about when they would go up there to do the interviews regarding Mr. Allen, because he does say like when the other officers and I, or he's talking about that he went and interviewed Mr. Allen, and Rosie just doesn't catch it because we don't ever hear a clarification on this.
I mean, it looks like he doesn't catch it because he's been told that they didn't go up there to talk to them. So like, I don't know that.
Yeah, he's still like Rosie's still questioning based on like going up there and interviewing the companions and the.
Yeah. But he said, when you went to the prison, how did you get access?
He says it twice.
So Holman technically wouldn't.
Where does he say it again?
It doesn't say when you went to the prison, how'd you get access to these guards or companions? You know what I mean?
Where does he say it again? Bottom of page 11. I didn't see it there. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, he did. He said,
I don't know if I asked, but I think that some of the guards may have said that he had said he was innocent.
no, that's the bottom of 11, but that's not where he definitely did say it somewhere else. But
We're
I
at
thought
their-
it was maybe him misspeaking, but now when he's saying it again twice.
Well, he's saying he only says Mr. Allen once. And then here, wherever I would be interviewing him or other officers and I. So, I mean, he refers to one as a him. So are we saying that's the second one? interviewing him is the technically what we're referring to as the second one. Okay, I thought maybe he referred to Mr. Allen twice. Okay. All right. I'm sorry I interrupted you guys. I just wanted some clarification on this because the chat is all about it. And that's a very interesting. Rosie just doesn't catch it, apparently.
Yeah, I wished he had, because
I told them I needed to come in there and interview Mr. Allen. And they
yeah.
put me in contact with somebody. Just I want
Mm.
everybody to remember the warden just testified and said that he does not know of any investigators coming in to question anybody, whether it be guards, whether it be.
Well, they testified in those last hearings. He said that nobody ever went up there. But if you remember, there was like a period of time in March where I guess it was the June hearing when it might have been Holman. I'll have to go back and look and see exactly who said it, but I believe it was
Liggett said he went
Holman.
up there.
Okay, Liggett, that said that it was like within this year, like it happened this
Yeah,
year. He doesn't
he
know
went up there
when.
but never talked to Rick. But he said
Yeah,
he went up
so
there to talk to Rick. That was June of 2023.
I don't know. I think he just let that slip that they had. I mean, he
And Holman says
specifically
he
said
went up there on
Mr.
his own too. Huh. Okay. I'm sorry. Like I said, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted clarification on this before we just went past it. So I don't know where exactly we were. I
We're
apologize.
basically at the top of 14.
Okay.
I was trying to look ahead to see if he caught it, but I guess because he's
Well,
just
just remember, we
line
have these
5.
transcripts because they requested these transcripts, so they can catch it now.
yeah. All right. So, was this the WC unit where you interviewed these people?
Yeah.
So you went in the prison and then in the what I call a mini prison within the prison.
Not always, but I have been in
Okay.
there. And I've also been in the administrative building. There's a basement. They have an interview room.
Did you also do some follow-up investigations based on the things that you heard in some of these phone calls or read in some of these log sheets?
Other than interviewing the people that we've already discussed?
Yeah. Let me ask a clearer question. You acknowledge that you listened to these phone calls, right?
Some of them.
And you heard things that Rick Allen said, right?
Yes.
And you characterize those things as incriminating, right?
Correct.
And did you then follow up with any of those statements by going, let's say, to CVS or to contacting a family member of his to further the investigation?
Some things, yes.
Okay. What do you recall doing?
One of the statements, we went to CVS to. He had made a statement that he used a box cutter, and that he'd thrown the box cutter in the dumpster at CVS. So we followed up on that and make sure to see if CVS issued box cutters,
Okay.
and they did. And then we asked where their trash was, but it was obviously too far along that we couldn't locate where that day's dumpster was dumped. But we'd follow up on things like that, yes.
So this was an ongoing investigation, right? Even while he was housed at the DOC?
If we had any new information, yes, we would follow up on it.
Follow up on it. And did you interview any of his family members or extensions of his family based on anything he said at the DOC?
No, I don't believe so.
I thought I recalled that maybe friends of his daughter or something like that might have been interviewed at one point in time.
Maybe. I know that we interviewed his daughter and his wife, but I think that was before.
Okay.
I don't recall. It could be a possibility that we did.
So has your law enforcement team expended, I guess I'd probably say hundreds of hours monitoring these calls and then reviewing all these log sheets and things that have been created over the course of his stay?
Is that a question? That was more of a statement.
I'm sorry?
Did you say we? I heard.
Let me withdraw it. I'll ask a new one.
Okay, thank you.
Has your law enforcement agency expended hundreds of hours, if not more, in monitoring these phone calls and reviewing these logs and statements during the course of this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been involved in, how long have you been an investigator?
Probably 17 years, 16, 17 years at least.
Have you ever been involved in a case where an accused was housed in a county jail and there were log sheets generated by officers or staff of that jail?
I believe so.
Tell me what case.
I don't know exactly what case, but I think White County, most of my investigations would have been White and Carroll in Tippecanoe County, and I know they have log sheets. I don't know if I've ever had access to them, and those log sheets would put, what time medication was issued, if there's any abnormal activities and things like that
But
I'd be able to review.
But you've never done that.
I have done it. I just don't know exactly what case.
Oh, I thought you just said a minute ago that you don't think you've accessed them.
I think I have. I don't know.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I know they have them.
All right.
I'm not sure if I've ever used them or not. I think I have.
Are you aware of any circumstance in any of the county jails that you've been associated with in your law enforcement career where they assign other inmates at that jail to monitor and keep record of another inmate?
No.
A more simple way of putting this is,
Right.
have you ever heard of the companion program at a county jail?
No, I have not.
Very unique, right?
I believe so, yes.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Diener.
Shit. Okay. At one point, you were asked if you interviewed, and you were making reference to interviews, and you said, "Oh,
Ooh.
okay." And you,
Dina
and you
caught
said,
it.
"Interview Richard Allen." You never interviewed Richard Allen, is that correct?
She caught it.
I did.
At the DOC?
Oh no, not at DOC.
Okay.
I attempted to.
Oh my God.
Fucking stupid idiot. But you did interview employees of DOC who logged statements of his.
Yes.
Okay. Is it common for law enforcement in certain situations to monitor GTL calls or a similar system when a person's incarcerated and talking about their crime?
Yes, very common.
And my understanding is typically a person is given access and they don't need to contact someone every time they listen to a call. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you have a login, you can access it whenever you want.
Correct.
No other questions.
Mr. Rosie.
Well, I have nothing else.
All right. Well, thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down. We appreciate you, Lieutenant Holman, for coming up here twice to review these documents.
You're very welcome. Have a good night.
Night, Luke. The moment DB has been waiting for.
I don't even have a Harshman anymore, so.
Oh no.
Did you say Harshman?
I did. I did
Oh,
say
did
Harshman.
you mean Detective Harshman of ISP, or did you mean CO Sergeant Harshman of the Westville Control Unit?
Just Brian. That's the one we.
Just Detective
Brian. Oh, okay.
Brian Harshman.
Oh, okay, let me switch here real quick. I had the wrong Harshman. Detective.
Yellow Jacket.
This is the last one, and it's 30 pages, just so y'all know.
The last one of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something?
Of course.
No.
I don't fucking believe that he didn't talk to him.
Oh, me either.
No fucking way. Because they've been like alluding to this. Oh, but we never ended up talking to him. Oh, I mean, we tried. Okay, so now Liggett and Holman have both tried and failed. Bullshit.
Why did he
Bullshit.
fail? If he was begging people to listen to him confess, why would he say no?
Right. And Holman can just walk in. He's like, I don't know, somebody buzzes me. And you really
I don't know what I do. I just contact them, and this guy just lets me in wherever. And then it's interesting that he talks about that there's an interview room in the basement.
Oh yeah, that's fucking weird.
Maybe that's where he's interviewing the companions and stuff. I don't know, but I was like, that's weird. But
sounds really waterboardy.
They put me in contact with somebody. I don't remember their name, which is interesting.
He doesn't remember anything. But the funny thing is, you'd think that you'd review your fucking notes before you go on the stand, except apparently nobody in ISP takes notes, according to Holman, except I happen to know that's not fucking true.
1026. We got rampant speculation going on over. I get Lieutenant Holman to come back to the station.
He's lost.
Harshman is one of Holman's besties, so they bust big meth rings together.
That's adorable.
Him and Holman?
Yeah, Harshman and Holman.
That's nice.
Love that. Harshman is listed in the... Okay, never mind.
Carry on.
All right, attorney Stacey Diener.
Am I in the right one? Hold on. Oh God. Sorry. I opened the wrong one. Please hold.
Everybody wants to, so I'll tell you guys a rundown while she's pulling that up of who has been who. We have had Luttrell, which was the lovely Yellow Jacket. We have Stacey Diener, which is Mothman. We have Rosie and Baldwin, both played by Sleuthy Goosey. We have Detective Harshman, who is currently taking the stand, who is DB. And we've had Carrie, who was the Detective Dick Purdy, which is Detective Roland Purdy. And then we had Catastrophe, who did a grand job of
oh my God,
of being the warden.
Amazing.
And then did I say Luke already?
Mm-mm.
We had Luke, who did Holman twice. So I'm not doxing anybody. I was telling their YouTube names.
Oh my God, I didn't know that was Cat. That was amazing.
Full legal name. Cat wins.
Okay, ready.
Okay, here we go. So now we are calling Harshman to the stand.
The state would call Brian Harshman. Please state your full name and where you're employed.
My name is Brian Harshman, and I'm employed with the Indiana State Police.
What is your rank or position?
I'm a detective with the Indiana State Police.
And how long have you been employed?
December 4th. This year would be 30 years.
And how many of those years have you spent as a detective?
Approximately 17.
During that time, have you investigated homicides?
I've assisted in investigation of homicides.
And how did you become involved in this particular case?
In early 2020, I was assigned to the United States Marshals Great Lakes Southern Regional Fugitive Task Force, which offered me opportunities to pick and choose some of the things that I wanted to do. We primarily we hunted, we looked for fugitives, but during that period of time, I had been talking to then First Sergeant Holman, and he had told me several times, "Hey, you've been going on quite a while here. I'm sure you guys are burning the candle at both ends. I'm available if you guys could use any help." And he put me off for a few months. And then I asked him sometime around maybe March 2020, and he agreed. And I kind of stepped in and started helping with the investigation at that point.
Now, once Mr. Allen was arrested and charged, did your role change?
It did.
And what did it change to?
Once he was arrested and detained, I began to monitor his communications from the facilities where he was housed. Sort of inadvertently appointed myself, I guess, the caretaker of the phone calls and some of the video footage, things that we were receiving from the Department of Corrections. When I talked to now Lieutenant Holman about it, it seemed like a smart thing to do, have one person concentrating on that. And just due to the volume of that work, it was that was involved in keeping up with everything.
In your law enforcement experience, is it not uncommon or maybe even routine to monitor calls using something like GTL that are being made by an offender while incarcerated?
Yes, I've used that numerous times during the course of my career.
And so you were familiar with that process with regard to Mr. Allen at DOC, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you access the calls? Just to inform the court, how do you go about doing that?
When Mr. Allen makes a call from the facility, I'm notified via a text message that a call has been made, and it basically tells me what time and who. And it shows me a number and who the call was made to. And at that point, I get on a website through GTL and I can pull the call. I could pull the call up and then listen to the call, the content of the call.
When you began this task, did you start at the beginning and have you made it to current date, or where do you stand on that?
I'm currently completely up to date on the phone calls that have been made by Richard Allen.
Wow. And when Mr. Allen makes a phone call, are you documenting relevant information
Yes, I keep
and creating a report?
notes, and then calls that I believe may contain pertinent information. I notify Lieutenant Holman and Investigator Mullen, and Investigator Mullen will generally send that call to a stenographer or to get it a transcript written. And I'll usually put that the state police case report system. It involves so much time that there's a backlog on those. But I do know that, once they're transcribed, then Investigator Mullen has a copy of the actual transcript too. So
Would you agree that that's one of the items of
yeah,
ongoing discovery that accumulates because the calls are being monitored? And if there's something significant, there's a record being created, and then you document it.
yes, it never ends. It just goes every day. It just goes. It continues on. So,
Have you also
uh,
been? You said you were reviewing video that's recorded within the DOC. Can you be specific as to what video? Because we all know that there's in-cell camera video, and then there's also movement video.
the video I've reviewed is the movement video that the Department of Corrections utilized when moving Mr. Allen from one place to another just recently. And I'm not completely finished with all of them, but recently I just received I believe the bulk of the video provided by DOC reference, the medical specific transports, and then I do have the in-cell video access to that to that too, which I believe I'm current on. But there's just so much of it. I'm not completely positive, but I believe I'm current on it.
Okay. And we're here about a motion to suppress Mr. Allen's statements while made in DOC based on his environment coercing those statements. So you've been notified of that, correct?
Correct.
And you've been watching these videos and listening to these calls, so you're hearing in phone calls Mr. Allen's perspective on his circumstances, are you not?
Correct.
And then you can also watch the video of how he's being moved around the facility and how he's being treated by the staff that appear in that video. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, we've been advised that when he's moved, there's at least 2 people moving him and 1 person recording. And there are oftentimes other people present that are part of staff.
I would say that as far as your statement about a minimum of, I don't believe I've ever seen any less than that. There are times, I believe, when there are more. There have been times when Mr. Allen has been maybe less cooperative than other times. So I think they've had extra people in the area for that, but I'm not positive.
When I refer to staff, I mean to include nursing staff, medical staff. Those should probably go together.
Oh.
Yeah, but let me say, Dr. Martin, maybe Dr. Walla. And so, were you able to observe times where he makes incriminating statements in the presence of more than just a medical provider?
Yes.
And then there are instances where it is a medical visit, correct?
Correct.
Has your observation of how he's treated by the staff that moves him indicated to you that there's been any sort of change from beginning till now? So I would say in Westville we're talking about. So from December of 2022 to December of 23, when he was at Westville Correctional Facility, was the staff treating him with respect and were they patient with him?
Oh, yes, the professionalism shown by the
Oh my God.
DOC is almost over the top, more so than what I've ever seen in a custody facility. Frankly, I believe that due to the nature of Mr. Allen, whether people were told or they just assume, I think that everybody knows that due care and professionalism, and also, these officers are not stupid. They're being videotaped the whole time. They've got a camera in their face, so they know. But yes, the patience and professionalism from the DOC is sometimes just unbelievable given the circumstances that they deal with.
I just want to clarify real quick because I'm a little confused. Did he look at video and then separately listen to a call and then be like, I think when he made this call, that's probably the video of him making this call.
Are you asking about CO Sergeant Harshman or
Yeah, like he said it was back, I think, on the last
the corrections
page.
officer, Sergeant Harshman? Or are you talking
Yeah,
about the
that like he
detective
receives
Harshman?
video and he's also listening to these calls, so he's able to observe like his perspective. But like, what video? The video has no audio. Like, it's not like he's watching him at a group of payphones, physically talking on the phone in real time. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
So
Yeah, too much faction logic going on here.
Yellow Jacket says, keep going, Sleuthy.
So Yellow says they definitely had the camera that followed him around that had no audio, and security cameras are picking up conversational audio, ? Harshman listening to mental health sessions, ? Is that kind of what you're asking, Sleuthy? Like, how is he?
Well, no, like so they're talking about the circumstances of him being like having these phones. So it says, she says, and you've been watching these videos and listening to these calls. So you're hearing in phone calls, Mr. Allen's perspective on his circumstances. Are you not? And then you can also watch the video of how he's being moved around the facility and how he's being treated by the staff that appear on the video. Is that right? So the video also doesn't have, like, the one, they said that the camcorders that they were like holding also don't have sound. Like, the whole thing was none of the video cameras have sound. It's all just video.
Right.
So, like,
so where are you seeing that he's hearing anything? Where, I guess I missed that.
What is it?
So there's no sound on anything, supposedly.
Right. So what I'm saying
except for the phone calls.
Is how are they equating certain movements to him talking on the phone call? Like, so for instance, if I'm like, okay, he just got a phone call, so I'm listening, and in the phone call he's saying, I killed them, I killed the girls, and then I'm picking a video and I'm saying, oh, well, officer so-and-so is like 10 feet from him, nobody's near him, nobody, like, how are they equating that video to when he's on the call if it's all not done in real time?
Okay, so Sleepy, like line 3, page 7, line 5, she says, were you able to observe times where he makes incriminating statements in the presence of more? So you're observing his mouth moving? Like, how is he listening to him making incriminating statements to medical? Is that what you're asking? Right. Like how
is he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, of course, they got to look at his body language to see whether or not he's confessing.
Sure. So,
but he's monitored all the time. Do you know what I mean?
Right. So he's watching his medical appointments.
I mean, that's not great. And also, it's really not great when they had the warden and they were talking about, like, how did this medical stuff get to law enforcement? And, like, nobody has an answer. Like, nobody gave it to law enforcement. Like, they can't give his medical information to law enforcement with no...
Well, no, they give it to the central office, and we know who controls the central office. It's the same person that literally made the order for them to monitor him 24/7. It's Jerome fucking Holman. He is central office.
Or Baldwin, whichever one was doing that, was basically saying, we know that law enforcement got their hands on medical stuff. So how did they get their hands on medical stuff? And, like, nobody has an explanation. So, and then now, it just threw me with what he's saying about he's watching the videos, and they're trying to say, okay, so you're listening to the calls of these confessions, and you're also viewing the videos. So can you go ahead and testify to the fact that, like, nobody was coercing him because you saw the videos and nobody was standing there with, like, a taser to his back? You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm curious how they're equating them to being at the same time.
Well, law enforcement wouldn't lie.
Yeah, you're right. All right, where were we? I didn't mean to, like, jump in and...
We were just about to
cooperative.
get
Page
to
7.
Diener being a fucking bitch. So even when he's in a state of being covered in feces and needs a shower, and they're taking care of that in a respectful way to the extent that they can under the circumstances. Top of 8, baby.
Top of 8, sorry.
Well, Yellow, that would explain
Correct.
why he repeatedly kept putting in requests for the subpoenas for his medical records. She kept denying him, but he kept asking over and over again. It must have been because he already had access to them.
Yeah, he knew what was in them. Okay, so there's this period of time where confessions are being made. You've been reviewing some of those, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. If they're during a movement, okay, yeah. If they're during a movement within the jail while he's being recorded by what they would call transport staff, have you observed those?
Prison, but yes.
And some of those actually involve movement to a medical visit, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, see?
So, movement videos. So while they're transporting him, no wonder they took him out of his cell every fucking day. Is there any other category of the observation you've been able to make with regard to confession statements?
Yes.
No.
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 No. I believe just the phone calls, the video and movement videos, and then movement videos to the medical, which again, I've seen most of, but I still have a few of those to go through. And then I also noted that during the whole process, I've also been involved in what the suicide companion or sheets and notes were hidden there. So I get with investigator Mullen and Holman, and I would notify them. They would tell me if they saw on the door something that looked pertinent that was documented by either inmate or inmate suicide companion or officer. And as a result of those door sheets, and then I did a follow-up and then conduct numerous interviews with Department of DOC officers, reference their state or their statements that they...
Harshman, I think you're cutting out.
One second.
If the witnesses were separated, which I know they were in the beginning, then how was Holman making comments to, as Trooper Purdy just told you, or just testified to, how did he know all of that?
Right.
Well, I don't think it was the first day. Yellow Jacket will tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the 30th, there was no separation order. And then I think the 31st and the 1st, or it came later. It wasn't for every day.
You're right. It was the second day. You're right, T. Because it was MAPS day.
MAPS, yeah.
Why wouldn't she do it for all of them?
Because she's...
Like on the first day and say, hey, for these 3 days, nobody can be in here to listen to other witnesses.
I don't even know.
And I know Holman was following people out.
So there is audio on the handheld, is basically what they're saying.
Well, they said
Movement
before that there
video.
was not. They said that
Right, they're
it didn't
lying.
matter that they were filming him through the window when he was
With
talking
his
with his
attorneys.
attorneys because it had no audio.
Well, but now they're kind of saying, well, it doesn't matter that we filmed him because we were not in the room. Like, I haven't heard them say anything about audio in a while. Have you?
I want to know exactly what handheld camcorders they bought that have
Yeah.
zero audio.
They have audio.
Right, there's no
there's
fucking
there's
thing.
a microphone.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
they
there's no
probably are
fucking
taking out the audio post process,
Well,
or
who's
they
lo-
have
who's-
some type of
Hmm.
software or like something in the firmware that disables it. But yeah, definitely something that you could look at a little bit closer, I'm sure.
Well, they probably can disable and then re-enable it, right?
I mean, he'd have to be reading his lips if there's no audio on here, and they're talking about
Right.
confessions when he's
Right.
during movement to these medical visits, and then he's also talking about hearing them, or he didn't say hear, but observing
Observe.
them.
Well, she's very fucking careful, you know? She's careful. She says observe, but that doesn't make any fucking sense. That doesn't make any sense. Observe. How do you observe a confession?
On this, and is actually paying attention to what's being questioned, so that we can see what Rosie has to say to Harshman.
Right. Okay.
She literally says, is there any other category of observation you've been able to make with regard to confession statements? He said, I believe the telephone calls, the videos, and the movement videos. And then the movement videos to the medical.
With the movement videos whatsoever.
No wonder they're moving him so much then. If that's when they're getting all of his psychotic utterances, when they're moving him on the camera, like the handheld, no wonder they're taking him out of his cell every day.
All right, are we
sorry.
Are we at 9? Are we at Dean or who is this?
I think that Harshman's going to have to redo line 16 on page 8 because I couldn't understand what was being said.
Okay, test.
You're good.
Perfect.
No, I believe just the telephone calls, the videos, and the movement videos, and then movement videos to the medical, which again, I've seen most of it, but I still have a few of those to go through. And then also noted that during this whole process, I've also been involved in suicide companion door sheets, the notes that were written there. So I would just get with the investigator Mullen or Lieutenant Holman and just would notify them that they would notify me if they saw on the door sheets that something looked pertinent that was documented by either an inmate, suicide companion, or an officer. And as a result of those door sheets, then I did a follow-up and conduct numerous interviews with the Department of the DOC officers, reference to their state or their statements that they recorded on those door sheets.
Lieutenant Holman would notify them if they saw on the door sheets something that looked pertinent. I thought they weren't allowed to get door sheets from suicide companions. I'm sorry, I'll keep going. And then you prepared reports on those as well, and those would be part of discovery?
That's correct. Reports were created and the interviews were also recorded.
Transcribed or?
Yes, I know.
Not sure?
I know that most of them are. I hate to say they all were so far.
Okay.
But I believe so, yes.
So in reviewing this volume of information from a perspective of phone calls and videos and suicide companion sheets, did you observe any external factors that introduced themselves in April that coincided with Mr. Allen starting to confess?
Well, one of the things that I was able to know, and I got to kind of keep in mind to date, I'm somewhere between 650 and 670 total phone calls made by Richard Allen while he's been detained. Breaking that down into hours, we're somewhere between 150 to 170 hours of just phone calls, and not including video or anything else that I've watched. So the volume of calls is immense. So I feel I've been able to pattern his conversations and what's going on in his world just by the simple fact of the amount of time that I've spent listening to the conversations. And one of the things I noticed was early on in March, Mr. Allen began to become involved in reading a Bible. And as such, he proclaimed numerous times that on March 21st, 2023, he found Jesus Christ and he found God. Some of those statements was followed up by some calls where Mr. Allen clearly believes that he made the statements that, he may very likely not be with his family again in his lifetime. He's concerned, and what he wanted to make sure that was that if when they're in heaven together, that when they went to heaven, he could go to heaven too. And it was interesting because that change of his demeanor really began to coincide with several days later, the confessions starting. That's called a clue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And would he himself relate the confessions to his finding God and being concerned about his future beyond? I mean, beyond this world, heaven and hell?
Yes, he would have those conversations with Mrs. Allen and his mother. They all seem to be very religious people, and they had conversations, and he had extensive conversations about if things don't go his way, then he wants to try to make sure. And oftentimes he says that he's not even sure with what he's done, and the fact he's found God, and it's going to be enough, and God is going to be enough to get him to heaven.
When you say he's not sure what he's done, what do you mean by that?
Well, and that's sort of what he alludes to. He doesn't really go any further than that, and he just talks about it. I think he's mentioned sins.
Oh,
The sins that he's committed.
okay.
But nothing specific as to particular sin when he's talking about that.
But he does talk about the crimes he's charged with in this case.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. And does he talk about them with specificity?
Yes. When he has confessed, and he has talked about these crimes very specifically.
And are we talking about one time or multiple times?
I tried to find a way to put it in a numerical sense, but because I can't count, because there are varying degrees of what I believe is, there are some confessions where it's just, I did this, and this. And there are some where you just sort of dance around outside of it a little bit. But just direct confessions, I've been able to find telephone calls, the videos of and the door sheets. I'm 60 plus confessions at this point, and that's a conservative number without a doubt.
So he's listened to 650 phone calls. Okay. And in the ones that are more specific, does Mr. Allen include details that only a person involved in the crime would potentially know?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
Okay. So I literally was just asking everybody if that was the wording, because I was telling somebody, maybe it was Kyra the other day. I was telling somebody, but I didn't want to be wrong. I'm glad now that we know. I believed that his answer to that question was, I believe that's correct, as opposed to just a yes. But I just want to say before we keep going that this entire discussion right here reads differently to me than it did when I was like listening to other people talk about it and reading the notes. Like, to me,
Oh, thank you.
to me, this is saying, so he says, direct confessions that I've been able to find, telephone calls, 60 plus confessions at this point. And she says, are they specific? Does Mr. Allen include details the only person involved in the crime would potentially know? And he says, I believe that's correct. It's like, he could be very specific. Like, I drugged them across the bridge and threw them in the car and shot them in the back and did this, and then I dropped them over the hill or something like that. Like, they could be very specific things that only the person that involved in the crime would know, but that doesn't mean that Harshman knows what the specifics of the crime
Right.
are, or that these are even correct. But he's saying
Right.
some were
Right.
very specific.
Well, you'll
Mhm.
never be able to prove or disprove them, which is perfect for for them.
Yeah.
Oh, CO Harshman or
Yes, both
Brian.
Harshmans.
okay.
All right, sorry,
Can
go
I
ahead.
just-
I just
can I
wanted
just
to say
say-
that it just reading it and knowing the exact words that were said, it just is a little bit different to me than.
It's totally different, and it kind of sounds like this guy's a doofus, and Stacy's like, wait, like, remember, he did confess. They weren't vague, they were specific, and he's kind of going on tangents about all the fucking calls he listened to. Like,
Yeah, she says, I believe that's correct. Yes. And then go to your next question and see what his answer is.
and does he ever talk about an obligation as a Christian to be honest and to make things right?
I don't recall that exact phrasing, so I'd be hesitant to say. I'm not sure.
Okay. How is his confessions to his family received in these calls?
Generally, the first confessions were obviously Mrs. Allen and the mom were extremely
God.
upset.
Oh my God.
You know, rightfully so. I mean, it's difficult to listen to, his conversations with them about it, because that's their husband, their son. Clearly, it's an extremely difficult time for them. As the confessions went on, Richard's mother
Ew.
would say, they're messing with you. They're messing with you. Kathy would kind of reiterate the same thing. Oftentimes, Kathy would tell him to stop talking. There's at least once, Mr. Allen was talking and she said, you know what, stop talking. And something along the lines of, I'm going to call Brad. And the call ended. So I don't know whether or not it ended on her end or his, or of course they don't know that. It's something.
Oh wait,
involving a
I thought
phone
we were
call.
all told that Kathy hung up on him.
They're not
Yeah.
great with the phone forensics. They can't figure that type of shit out. Or Mr. Allen's end. So initially, disbelief, shock. I would say upset, and then as some of the confessions kind of went on over a period of time, it became sort of a change the subject. Kind of stop talking about it. We're not talking about this. You don't know what you're saying. They're messing with your mind. And then that was kind of the direction it went after that.
This is so fucking sad.
That's the line?
Keep going.
Yes. Do some of the statements actually include motivations for the crime?
Oh, yes.
And did some of those relate to how his family might react to the reality that he committed the crimes?
Yes.
Is there a period of time where he does not communicate with his family, either by their choice or his, as a result of him confessing?
Yes. There's been some periods of time where he, for various reasons, he's gone on an extended period, at least by his standards, of not communicating with the family. And I think at one point his tablet broke, or he broke his tablet. So he had to wait to get another one. I think he maybe had lost his communication privileges for a while. Some incitement that happened at the department. I don't know what that would have been, but other than that, he's pretty consistent in calling, his family and loved ones.
Is it correct that he has a concern over whether his family will still love him if he committed these crimes?
Yeah, I would say that that's probably his biggest common concern that I hear is over and over again, no matter how this ends up, will you still love me? Will you still be there? He's extremely concerned about what's happened as a result of this trial.
It's so weird that they stay so general. Like, does some of the statements include motivations for the crime? Yeah. Okay, what? Did they relate to why you would have delayed in confessing? Yes. Okay, why?
It's almost like it's a YouTuber just making vague accusations about another YouTuber or something.
Kinda. Sorry. Go ahead, Ange.
No, it's fine.
No, it's not. Go.
You indicated recently that you reviewed or found a statement that you thought related to him making a having a conversation with Kathy about how this is impacting her and that he would contact the police to make a statement. Can you
Yeah.
share that with the court?
In November of, I think it might have been the second week of November in 2022. And this is early on in his incarceration. This is, or his detention. This is just weeks, probably. He makes the statement to Kathy that if this becomes too much for you, just let me know. I'll talk to the detectives and I'll tell them everything they want to know.
Once he experiences his family not wanting to talk to him, is it sometime after that of not wanting to talk to him after he's confessed? Does he then cease or reduce the amount of statements that he's making about confessing to the crime?
Yes, I would say probably the bulk of the confessions started in early April and probably continued until through June, maybe into July. And after that, they started really to slow down as far as what I could consider the direct confessions. There's always, he even after that and still after that, we still have some conversations about, we love me, no matter what happens, no matter, there was a period of time he was extremely concerned what his family was going to see during the trial. He was concerned about, the things that were going to be said about him. And he was really concerned about the photos that we're going to see of what he was accused of.
In fact, he indicated that he didn't want them to see what he had done. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then he gets moved to Wabash Valley. And does he make any statements while he's at Wabash Valley that would be considered confessions?
I'll real quick tag that line. Those last two lines. We'll come back to that later.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets moved to Washington. In February this year. Am I in the right spot?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many ladies just yell at me right now?
You're right.
Okay.
13,
In February
13.
this year. What? Excuse me.
Keep going.
Excuse me. He made a statement that was documented by a Department of Corrections guard. I don't have the report with me, but it was somewhere along the lines of he was talking to himself, and he apologized for maybe killing AW. And I think I would, to feel comfortable, I would want to review my report and make sure that that's correct, and that's the gist of it. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Would you recall a statement that he made to his mother in January of this year in a recorded phone call that he wanted to tell the truth and be honest and didn't want to hurt his family?
I have heard those calls. As far as the timeline, if you're telling me January, then I believe you. But I'm not completely sure on the timeline. But yeah, I've heard those calls to that nature.
He has said those things in phone calls?
Yes.
Okay. In your survey of all this information that you described, and in your interviews with officer companions that were logging his activities at Westville, did you ever learn any information that led you to believe that he was being coerced or induced to make incriminating statements?
I did not. One of those things that I really checked on during the interview was, the behavior between the DOC personnel and Mr. Allen, and then also if the DOC personnel witnessed any other personnel, what are the personnel is there, having adverse interactions with Mr. Allen. And by far, the overwhelming consensus between the guards is they felt like he was treated way better than.
I'm going to object at this point to speculation, and when he's testifying in bulk about about what a bunch of guards are thinking and feeling, I think it's a little bit beyond what the evidentiary rules permit, which is something that has some indica of reliability in a case like this. It's hearsay.
Judge, the officers who are relaying their impressions to this officer while he's interviewing them are giving him statements based on their observations, direct observations of Mr. Allen. I think it should be admitted.
Overruled.
Thank you.
There's some reference to Mr. Allen feeling tortured. With regard to the defense's motion and memorandum, has there been a reference to that in the materials that you've reviewed?
Yes. Mr. Allen does state a lot that he feels like he's being mentally tortured. And he has been pressed by family, are they hurting you? Are they making you? And he, as far as physical torture, he's always said no. He believes that psychological, mental torture is what they're doing. And he equates that to functions like it's loud in the prison at night and it keeps him awake. The lights are always on and it bothers him. And he correlates a lot of those activities with being a torture tactic that the DOC is using to mentally and psychologically torture him or psychologically affect him.
And so let's go back to what Mr. Rosie had objected to. You were going to share with the court the impressions of the guards with regard to Mr. Allen. Do you recall your statement you were going to make about what they had relayed to you?
I do.
Okay. Could you please share that?
Yes. The guards shared with me that they believed that Mr. Allen was receiving treatment that was above and beyond the normal inmates at the facilities were receiving. Day in and day out. I don't know how to really phrase it other than it created almost between the other inmates and Mr. Allen. It creates it was noticeable enough that everybody on the range would know that Mr. Allen was being treated different than the rest of them. Sir, what in the fuck are you talking about?
He's
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. I can see a
This guy. Different in a better way?
Different in a better way, correct.
Did any of the officers that you interviewed relay their impressions that Mr. Allen was feigning or faking the officers? Feigning or faking symptoms of psychosis to portray himself as crazy or...
Yeah, I would ask each one of them and every one what they thought of the antics Mr. Allen would portray, and without hesitation.
Judge, I'm going to object. Can I ask a preliminary question?
What in the world is that objection?
Yes.
Get a little
You're
more
not fucking
in that
doctors.
objection. What was that?
Yeah.
Are you
Get in there, Sleuthy?
Are you communicating what some offender told you about their impression about Mr. Allen's psychiatric state?
No. I was making a statement on what a DOC officer told me. He believed that Mr. Allen was doing it.
Right. About the way he was acting, whether or not it was a legitimate psychiatric issue or whether he was faking it, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I object. Again, we're getting a little far afield of the basic, hearsay admissibility rules. These people, these guards, have no qualifications to draw conclusions about psychiatric circumstances, in addition to the fact that it's hearsay. So I think that is beyond I'm objecting for that reason.
Judge, I'll rephrase the question. To ask if officers relayed to him that they felt he was faking when he was acting out during April and May. I think that in a position of a corrections officer at a Department of Correction facility, that they would be in a position to give a lay person's opinion about what they were observing.
Fuck off with that. Shit, I'm not muted. Sorry. Well, but not as it relates to psychiatric symptoms. I would sustain the objection on that.
That's a shock. I'll rephrase the question. Detective Harshman, did you ask them questions about Mr. Allen's behavior not being consistent during the period of time that he was confessing?
I did.
Did they talk about him engaging in behavior described as bizarre?
I'm going to object again. I'm not even sure who he's even talking about. Like who these people are. She's just saying, did they? So there's not really any indication of who.
Officer companions.
Who he's speaking with, what these things, saying these things.
Can you narrow it?
Yeah. Were there specific instances that you were interviewing a particular officer companion who documented a confession that coincided with behavior that would be considered bizarre?
Yeah, sorry, I just got hit in the head with a frying pan. Yes.
Okay. And did the officer make any statement to you with regard to having an opinion about whether Mr. Allen was faking?
Same objection.
Overruled.
What?
Yes.
I don't know.
They believed he was faking.
Okay, and as you sit here today, you can't tell me specifically which officer told you that, correct? Because you don't have your notes in front of you. Why?
Correct.
Okay. Did more than one officer that was a door companion for Mr. Allen share that observation or opinion?
I could tell you that I did check, and I interviewed a total of 10 of those officers. And going back in my reports, I would be surprised if 8 of the 10 didn't have the same feeling about that.
I'd be surprised if 8 out of the 10 didn't have the same feeling about that. All right.
Okay, dude. In reviewing the documents that you described, the door sheets, the phone calls, okay. The door sheets, the phone calls, the video of movement. Did you ever find evidence that someone was interrogating Mr. Allen?
Not once.
No other questions.
Mr. Rosie.
Thank you.
This fucking guy, dude.
Were you able to watch some of the videos of the inmate companion sitting at his door side?
Put the parking tickets on his car now. At the door side. The videos that I had access to did not have any inmate companions in that. They were they wouldn't film actual inmates. They were the videos that were used by the personnel during the movements. Now, if there was a companion caught in the frame when they were moving him, I would see a companion. I did not have like the hallway view. I had a cell view and those views of the movement. So
You have no idea what the conversations were between the inmate companions and Mr. Allen, do you?
no, that is correct.
So from the very beginning, when Mr. Allen was incarcerated, there was a plan in place to monitor his communications at the prison, right?
Yeah.
And that plan involved getting in touch with GTL and getting access to these phone calls, right?
Correct.
And making arrangements with the DOC to obtain video, in-cell video of Mr. Allen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right?
Oh, that was outside of my lane. That wasn't my responsibility, but I did receive those after the fact. Yes.
That was part of your job, was to review all that as well.
Yes, but it was not part of the making contact with the DOC and requesting that. So no.
Okay, so some other officer was doing that, but you were getting the product.
That would be fair.
Okay, and that also did it involve you getting access to his phone calls from the rec phone?
It's my understanding that any call that uses his utilizes his DOC PIN number, other than to his legal team or attorneys or whatever, is recorded on the GTL. That's to my understanding. If it is different than that, I don't know.
Okay, and do they have a phone that they used to bring on the block, or was like a mobile phone that they would use every couple times a week?
That who would use?
The inmates?
Oh, regular inmates? I don't know what I don't know what they utilize. Mr. Allen had a tablet that, best I can tell, as long as it's charged, he can make calls anytime he wants to.
And you had access to those two?
Sorry, someone just sent me an interesting message. Those were also recorded on the GTL.
What about his digital communications through the tablet?
Yeah. The text messages?
Yeah.
Yes, I have access to those also.
Didn't the warden not know about any text messages or emails? Okay,
Yeah.
so there's no privacy afforded to him in any respect when he was in that cell in terms of his communications with the outside world, was there?
Oh, okay. I thought that was Sleuthy Goosey, not Rosy Goosey. And when he makes the call out, he's notified of that. everything is monitored and recorded. Before he makes the call, and even the folks that Miss Allen, and his mother are also notified on the recording that, hey, you're receiving a call from a correctional facility and it says Ricky, and it says these calls are subject to monitoring and recording, and then the calls connected.
Do you agree with me that there's no privacy afforded to him with regard to any of those calls? Because you knew everything he was saying basically the minute he said it, correct?
I did not monitor in real time. It would have been after the calls completed.
Okay.
Then I get notified.
But no privacy, was there?
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay. And in fact, that would be the only way for Rick Allen to call his family about the circumstances surrounding his case, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Or, through the attorneys, if he had any.
Well, but to talk to them directly about his case, he'd have to do it on the phone, right?
Oh, that's correct.
The most important thing in his life, right? He's incarcerated, facing accusations like these, right?
Yeah. He did talk about the case to his family, so.
And he's not even able to do that without the police listening to that, is he?
No.
So there was a pretty involved process to make sure that all this information funneled to you pretty quickly, wasn't there?
I don't think quickly would be a fair statement, because nothing seems to funnel to me quickly. But yes, I do receive the information.
Well, you just said a little while ago you were getting text message notices.
Well, yes, I do get that.
When he made.
I'm talking about everything as a whole, videos, etc. So if you're talking about the calls, yes, I'm notified of the calls after he's completed the call.
You ever monitored another offender at the DOC like this?
Oh, yes, I have over the years, several.
Okay. Anybody that's been detained in the DOC awaiting trial for something they haven't been convicted of?
No.
This is the first time you've ever been in a situation where you were surveilling someone in Rick Allen's circumstances.
The only difference is because of the DOC. I mean, in the county jail, yes, I monitor a county jail. Someone who's waiting.
All right.
Awaiting trial.
And you've never dealt with anybody up at the WCU, have you?
Inmate wise,
yeah,
sir.
Maximum security unit within Westville.
No, not an inmate. No.
So when you're watching these videos of him in his cell, you're seeing everything that he's doing, aren't you?
That's why I don't want to follow along with the thing. Correct. Yeah.
If he goes to the bathroom, you get to watch, don't you?
Not exactly what I want to do all day, but yes, I do see it.
I understand that, but that's just the reality of the environment he's living in, right?
Yes.
The DOC officers, from a professionalism standpoint, have been over the top, you said?
That's my opinion, yes.
Okay, you see the videos of the DOC officers with their Odin patches on their chest?
I have not seen any Odin patches on anyone's chest.
And did you see the video? Are you aware that there were officers up there with patches on their chest that said, "I hate people"?
No, I have not been aware of those patches. No.
Okay. Did you see the video of him being transported in to get a haircut where the DOC officer realized that he had something on his chest and he ripped it off his chest, a patch?
I remember a couple of times for a haircut, I believe. I do not remember somebody ripping the patch off. No.
Okay. Did anybody amongst law enforcement communicate any of that to you?
At one point, obviously, there was talks about somebody having patches at some point. Again, outside of my lane. So it wasn't anything I was involved in. I don't.
Well, you interviewed a bunch of guards, right?
Yes. And as far as I know, none of them were involved in any of the patches.
Did you ask them?
Yes.
Okay, and so they all denied it, the ones you interviewed.
Yes. Or yeah, they denied it.
Not one of the guards that you interviewed mentioned that they had anything to do with these patches or the Odinism associated with that.
Correct. None of them mentioned it.
You think there's anything unusual about an inmate that's in confinement turning to God as a way to deal with the circumstances of that confinement?
No, I would imagine that the stress associated with the confinement would lead people probably to try to, find God.
Well, one
Give it
of
a
the
shot.
only
Give it
things
a
that
go.
Rick had in his cell was a Bible, right?
Oh yeah, I would say that's fair. I think he's got maybe some magazines and some other stuff, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of stuff in his cell.
And then when they put him on close supervision, they even take his blanket from him, don't they?
I would say that there's a reason for that.
Yeah, the answer is yes, right?
The answer is yes. They take his blanket.
So they strip him down, the bare essentials, right?
Yes. That's out of my lane. That's how you know that those are decisions that I don't make. But yes, he would have less stuff in his cell, I guess. Yes.
Right, which you would be seeing on the video that there's really nothing in there.
No, it's there's not a lot in there.
Yeah, and he also, for long periods of time, had to wear a kimono, didn't he? Where are you? What are you doing? We're at the bottom of 25. Yeah, right
My
there.
eyeballs are crossed. I can't see anything. A kimono. Didn't he? They call it a suicide smock. But yes, I did see those.
You acknowledge that he has said things to officers and companions about this offense that are inconsistent with what happened at the crime scene?
I did not say that. I don't believe
Okay. You ever hear him say that he shot the two girls?
that he shot them.
Yeah, in the back.
I don't know that I heard him say it. I don't. I understand what you're talking about, yeah, and I don't know.
Wow.
I don't think that's something that I heard him say. I don't know if that came out at an interview from somebody or not. I would have to check and see.
That
I just don't know.
sounds like something you heard during the course of the investigation, right?
I've heard that somewhere, but
And that he molested them, right?
that I don't know. So I'm sorry.
Do you agree that a lot of the things that he said occurred, almost all of them within that? I think you said April, or you said maybe into early July, right?
The abundance, yes.
And the majority of those statements are what I would consider, I'm going to use the phrase generic, where he's just saying, I killed AW and LG, or I killed those girls, right?
Miss Diener.
Fuck, sorry.
Oh, Miss Diener.
I object to the form of the question.
It's cross-examination.
Sorry.
It's overruled.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh, that's you.
Yes, there are those statements along with others. Yes.
Did you hear him early on in his period of incarceration from November of 2022 through March of 2023 professing his innocence?
Yes, he has professed his innocence.
I feel like that didn't make it out in the hearing notes. And did you hear him doing it again July, August, September, October, the end of his stay?
The end of his stay at Westville?
Well, the last let's just say 5-6 months that he was there?
It would vary. There would be times that there are times where he professes his innocence, and then he'll follow up with around the, I don't know how to explain it, but it's not a direct confession, but it'll be, something along the lines of an excuse for why he said what he said. So he will go back to it. But yes, I mean, he's confessed his guilt and he's tried to confess his innocence.
And what is it accurate to say that one of the contexts in which these confessions come up is him referencing or referring back to what he told prison staff in April, May, and June? Like, does that come up often?
Yeah, that he talks about it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, like he might say, well, they said I confessed. Like he might make a reference like that in a phone call. Is that something you heard frequent or fairly routinely?
Oh, yes, but I don't consider that a confession.
Right, but he's referencing something that he's referencing these statements that occurred in April, May, and June, right?
Correct.
And that is part of the discussion even into the more recent past, right? Phone calls.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I got. So
So he's saying he said those things more recently in phone calls, right?
yes.
Even since he's been at Wabash Valley.
Uh, he says that he's back. He goes back and then talks about the time he made the confessions now.
Right. He's making references about the past and using the word confessed or confession, right?
Well, he'll say, well, they'll say I confessed, if I confess, then convict me and send me to jail so we can get this over with. He'll attribute it, things like that. He'll say, if I confess, then whatever. They say I confess whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's, yeah, I mean, that's kind of how he reverts back, I guess, if that answers your question.
Thank you. November of 2022, you told Miss Diener that he was suggesting to, I think it was Kathy, that
Yeah.
if they want me to just do an interview with the police, I'll do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He was fine with that, right?
Yes. He made the statement. If the investigators and tell them, and I'll tell them, I'll talk to them and I'll tell them everything they want to know.
Okay.
And that was it.
Kind of taking a chivalrous. Is that my definitively chivalrous
He what?
approach with his wife to this?
He what? He what?
Oh God, don't make me say it again. He was taking a chivalrous approach to his wife with this situation, right?
You didn't know what chivalrous meant. I believe it. I mean that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to joke. I mean that. I that's good. Good assumption. I mean, I don't know. I really don't. I don't really know what his motivation is, but yeah, that would I would think that would be chivalrous on his end, if that was the purpose, I suppose.
And you don't have any training in the field of psychiatry, right?
I do not. No.
So you don't have any opinion about the impact that his long-term solitary confinement would have on his mental state, do you?
No, not based on not based on an education or a degree. No.
I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Diener.
No other questions.
All right. Well, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
So almost 4 hours it took us to get through. And I thought we made good
How many
timing.
cases do we have tomorrow? Less or more?
Less or more what?
Pages tomorrow.
Oh, a couple more. Just a couple more. Like 30 more.
About the same. Okay. All right. So at least we have an idea.
But there's also different, there's more, like we heard from Holman twice. We heard like, it's like all different people. So like with different, like we'll have Perlmutter and Cecil. So we're going to be doing like phones and rituals and blood
Just think,
spatter and all the things.
we sat here for 4 hours reading through this, and the people who went to court literally sat in the courtroom for 10 to 12 hours a day and having to listen to this and try to write notes. Like, if I didn't thank all the people who went to court before, like, I thank you so much now, because
And
this is only 5 people's testimony.
And I want
Where's
to add on top of that, like Luke was like, can you like estimate like how long it'll be before we get to these parts and stuff? And I was like, dude, it's not even the full transcript. Like it's literally as condensed as possible. Like we only get from when the witness is called to when they stop asking questions. So like all of the in-between stuff, like you have to really think that took us 4 hours. But we missed a lot that they had to also sit through and parse through what to write down. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Where are
But
these?
anybody
Sorry,
that
go
was
ahead.
there and they keep saying, why has he never professed his innocence? And you sat there and you listened to them say multiple times that he professed his innocence to multiple people.
He's confessing his innocence all the time too.
Yeah,
and
I don't think that's fair.
any definitive what he's actually confessed to doing. Those are all very what would you call them? Like obscure commentary from Harshman on
Where's
all these.
a single detail? Show me
Where's
one
not?
detail.
He says, you know, I did this, I did this, and this. Well, like, is this what you're going to testify to at trial, buddy? Like, are you going to literally?
Is this a practice round? I don't have my notes in front of me. Fucking why? Why don't you have your fucking notes in front of you? I have to have my notes in front of me at my job. Why don't you have your notes in front of you? Like, where am I?
It's weird.
Clowns.
If you're specifically to testify to this, I don't know why you would not bring your notes.
Because she doesn't require, like, she doesn't even require the bare minimum of the state. It's fucking gross. I'm sorry. It's after 10, so I'm gonna say
I thought
that
it was
word. It's
quite
like very
pointless.
gross.
It was pretty pointless to like let them say things like those general, like I said, where they'd say, did he say things that only the person that committed the crimes would know? And he's like, yep.
Right.
And it's like, okay,
Sure.
so could you list those? Like what things?
Give us one.
Yeah.
It's also
Even
just
one would be great.
subjectively. So this 61 confessions is coming from Harshman, who literally. So Harshman interprets an insane religious delusion as a confession. So how many of those 60 confessions are just nonsense? Probably all of them. Like, this guy's a doofus. He's a doofus, and we're just like buying into the fact that he believes that these are confessions. Get the fuck out.
JB said not having notes to refer to as a tactic. I do think so, and I don't know if this is what they mean, but I think it's more or less that they're not getting boxed into a specific statement made from the notes in sworn testimony, because then it can be used to impeach them later. If they don't have the notes, then they could just say, well, I didn't have the notes at that hearing. Now I have them now.
Sure. Like Gall not actually ever making a record of anything, because then she's not bound to anything. Like them not documenting any interviews that they do or anything. Like, this is a joke. It's a joke.
I love how I was like, I thought she was gonna, where she was like, no, they definitely shouldn't be talking about, like, I don't care how many inmates you observed, you definitely should not be saying, like, they're not qualified to be making mental diagnoses of whether someone is, and she like went along with it for a minute, and I was like, okay, like, that's appropriate, but then she's like, no,
But did they
rules.
feel?
Go ahead, just do it
Yeah,
anyway.
because they said, well, maybe we can. I'm going to change my question, says Stacy. Did they feel like he was faking it? That's not a thing. You can't do that. You can't do that. So now we're talking about the subjective feelings of guards that aren't even here to testify. So that's hearsay. What is happening? Like, this is so stupid. It's stupid, man. It's crazy. I don't even know.
But the fact that, I don't know, I'm hung up on a couple things. One would definitely be that somehow law enforcement got, and so like, okay, let's be, so Nick McClelland is the state. Law enforcement is the state. They work basically for Nick McClelland. That's why, like, so like any investigations and stuff that he needs done, the police can do that. Okay. And so the idea that his health records and mental health records somehow got to law enforcement, nobody knows how, but they did. I am equating that, like, I was pretty sure before that he knew something about like the health and mental health records that he wanted to use. And that was why he continuously requested them, and he kept getting shot down and shot down and shot down. And just kept doing it until she finally was like, okay. I think he was already privy to that information and had things that he wanted to be able to use, but couldn't because he wasn't supposed to actually have them. Does that make sense?
Well, there's like this whole thing with central office. So everything like is being run up to the central office. Central office is telling them, hey, you need to bring me this. Holman's testifying that they had a subpoena up to a certain point, but that he doesn't think they've received anything after that. But yet then you have Harshman who's testifying that he has everything to date. So I'm not like, there's a lot of inconsistency that I'm hoping that by them having these transcripts that they're going to go through and be like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't, what you're saying is very different from what you're saying. And yet you two are the ones who are in charge of this whole thing. And then who's running the central office? So who's coming down the pipeline? Like the central office literally assigned him his cell. Do they assign everybody their cell? Why did they pick A? I mean, it's just a weird thing when we're going back to that. There's these prison guards who wear Odin patches who happen to be the supervisors of APOD. Were the other three with cameras not available, so they put him in A? Or like, how does that all work? Like, I have so many more questions. Like, I would dig so much further into this central command or whatever the hell they're calling it, central whatever. Who's running this fucking joint?
I imagine that she, like, I don't know if she reviewed this stuff or what, like, in between the hearings, but I have a feeling that some things probably, like, alerted her as well, which was why she suddenly came out. Because if you notice, like, when she, I guess, vacated the safekeeping order and let him go to jail, she didn't say, like, you know, based on the, like, she didn't write an order where she was saying, you know, based on what I heard in the hearings, and the evidence admitted by both parties, and the testimony that I heard, you know, there's no reason for him to be under safekeeping anymore. Like, there was no, where she's made comments saying that basically it was bullshit, or that in the past, of course, but like comments about it being bullshit in her orders, or these actually being treated better than other people. Like, there was no comment on his treatment whatsoever. It was like, so on the record for her, it like doesn't exist unless you're looking at these transcripts. It just looks like she just decided to vacate it. So I don't like that.
Yeah.
But my other thing is, and I'm still like kind of stuck on the mental health stuff in a sense, because like Nick, remember, what was that, June? I'll have to go back to the June hearing. I believe it was the June hearing where he, you know, goes on this long explanation about how, or maybe it was a filing. Angela will know what I'm talking about, where he goes on this long explanation about how they had a review. So Dr. Walla and others had like this medical review, and they did it, and they determined in there that he did not need involuntary medication, and that he was actually doing better. And it was literally the same time that like he was absolutely being involuntarily medicated and was not doing well.
The same day. Yes,
So, like,
the same day she said he's gravely ill. The same day she said complete deterioration. The same day is the day that Nick files and says he's begun to eat again. No, he hasn't.
yeah.
And
so, like,
and
where did
whoever's
he get
telling you that, I have a really fucking good idea of where he got that information, Sleuthy. Probably from the same place, the same person that is going to Westville every other day to watch his little rat in a cage, controlling Central Records. Holman is the one who told Central Records what to do. He's not a DOC employee, last I checked. So why is he the one giving directives? And why are they listening to him? And why the fuck is he going to Westville to interview Rick Allen? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, not interview Rick Allen. It's Holman. The man's a psychopath. That's
Yeah.
my opinion.
I guess I was just
disgusting.
wondering whether he like actually reviewed the recommendations made by that committee or whatever, or if he was
I
just
hope
going
not.
off of someone's word. Because if he actually reviewed it and he said that, then he literally outright lied.
Yes, but he also like he should never. That hearing is not like evidentiary as it relates to the murder, right? Like that hearing is protected.
I knew I was right, Teresa. They did request
You are right.
Walla.
Somebody said it in chat too, so I just was when you guys are talking. I went to dig around to find it. They did request Walla.
I knew it. So what's that?
Walla.
Yeah,
Tell
where's
Jody.
Walla? I want her.
Tell Jody she has until the end of business tomorrow to send Walla's also.
Okay,
I
let's
knew
see,
I
there's
wasn't crazy. I
anything else.
literally.
So
Why don't we have Walla?
Yeah, why
my
didn't you
number
send
one
Wallace?
question is Central Records, like the log sheets just float there. They just float to Central Records, and then from Central Records they go to Holman. Who's putting them there, and why is Holman accessing them, and why?
Well, there's something about a subpoena. They talk about a subpoena, but nobody goes into it. So they talk about
subpoenaed, but they got denied. So they subpoenaed the phone calls, and that's fine. But she never ever gave them approval or granted a single subpoena for third-party mental health records until way fucking later. Like not in April, not in May, not in June even, not at the safekeeping hearing last year. Like they had all this information illegally, inappropriately, in violation of all the things. And they're brazen about it. Nick's like, I have intimate details, they're incorrect, but I have intimate details about this very heavily confidential and protected emergent mental health hearing. Like, did Brad and Andy even know about that? Because legally they have to, and it doesn't seem they did. And yet Nick is like, oh, by the way, let me just like spew all the details about this very confidential hearing. Like, why is he even like he should be literally sanctioned to fucking hell. It's insane the shit that he's gotten away with. It's insane. Like that doesn't happen in normal, in any other case in the fucking universe. That doesn't happen. He has violated literally every single, not even just due process. Like the man is just outright violating like fucking trial rules and discovery rules left and right, and there's no consequence. I feel like I'm crazy. I'm taking crazy pills.
I'm writing Jody right now.
What was bizarre about it, Rosie? I'm so interested. She said I was there for Dr.
Yes,
Wall.
I knew I didn't imagine it.
No, it's interesting that probably maybe because hers was longest.
It doesn't matter because I had originally requested the entire thing, and so she had written me back saying that because of the defense requesting, essentially, she doesn't say the defense requesting, but because the specific testimonies had been requested,
which includes Walla,
I would get those for $1. So,
Yeah,
but Walla,
why was suddenly we get $1?
Because the county already paid the $5 a page.
Yeah,
$6 a page.
Right, but it was $1.75 last time, wasn't it? Or was it?
No, it's always $1 for the copy. It's $5.75 for the original.
Right,
To pay
the
for
$1 a
2
copy is the Carroll County rate for when it's already requested. $5.75 is for a private reimbursement or somebody who has pauper counsel that gets reimbursed by the county for their cost of the transcripts.
Right.
I don't see how they could ever have been $5.75.
They definitely were. That's what we paid for them for the other ones, the contempt stuff.
How are they allowed to take anything that he says while he's been given involuntary Haldol injections? Like, you're not even allowed to interrogate a suspect who's drunk, and yet we're gonna involuntarily medicate somebody in our custody and then use the shit he says while we're involuntarily medicating him against him Am I on another planet?
Jupiter?
How? Yeah.
So I'll tell you that I've had one experience, like personally, with Haldol. And actually, what it was I had gone to the emergency room. I had a migraine, and I have like a bad habit of waiting until like I can't drive or like open my eyes. And if I can't get rid of it. So anyway, long story short, I had my ex-husband come get me, bring like me and my child to the emergency room in the middle of the night. And it was like 3:00 in the morning. And like when I have a migraine, like I said, I can't open my eyes. I can barely speak. Like you just need to give me a shot of, it's like Benadryl and like a steroid and a nausea medicine. And then it like will immediately go away.
Yes, the migraine cocktail.
Yeah. Well, this one doctor that works in the emergency room in the place I used to live, he's like gotten in trouble before for like giving away drugs to people, but somehow he's still a doctor. Accused me of doing drugs, like all while I could my head was like ready to explode. And also I took like old Imitrex, so I took a couple of them. Well, you can get like a brain bleed if you take too many Imitrex.
Girl.
Yeah, so there was like a little worry about that. So like they did the thing, they checked my head or whatever. So next thing I know, I'm like in the room and I'm thinking that they're going to give me the cocktail. And he and a nurse literally come in. And next thing I know, like both of his hands are on my shoulders and they're holding me down. And he's got his knee like bent and like on my knees to hold me down. They literally held me down. Like my shoulder was bruised. I wasn't moving. I was like, what the fuck is going on at that point? And then they gave me IV Haldol. And when I tell you that it was like I was like floating over my body, looking down at myself, I couldn't speak, I couldn't move, I literally couldn't do anything. And that was absolutely fucking horrifying. I didn't even think people were still using that medicine. But apparently he thought I was like on drugs and maybe like withdrawing from, I don't know what he was saying. I raised all kinds of hell at the hospital. When I tell you, it took like 3 days for me to be normal. And I raised all kinds of hell at the hospital because I couldn't believe it. Like, so I can't even imagine taking it every day. But then on top of that being like, because when they shoot it in your butt cheek, like it takes a little bit to kick in, but then it hangs around for a while. And I couldn't imagine being held accountable for like anything I would have said in that period, because I don't even remember. I mean, I couldn't even really speak, so I don't know. But it was absolutely horrifying. So that could be why he didn't want to say that he was getting involuntary medicine, but I don't know why he would think that nobody would ever find out. Like I when we talk about that particular medicine, that's my only experience with it, and I just could absolutely see rambling, weird, normal shit. Like it's hard because we don't know what these confessions were. But if they were like random, weird, like not making any sense, repeating it over and over again, like I could totally see that.
So I think Nick was getting some very bad information for a period of time from somebody he trusted, is what I think. That's what I think. I don't think Nick knows what he's doing, so he trusts the people around him.
Does anybody know the dose of how much Haldol he was getting? Did they ever say that?
Maybe during the hearing. I didn't see anything about it in Yellow's notes. I just saw the frequency. Maybe
and that was was it once a month or once a week? I'm sorry, I know you guys
once
probably
a week.
It was daily.
He gets like nightly pill, like he gets nightly oral Haldol, but then he gets weekly injections.
It was a weekly injection.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's in Walla's testimony.
I hope so. Okay, I love you. Bye.
Okay, bye. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up anyway. I haven't had dinner, so.
Oh my God! You said you were gonna eat.
I ate lunch at like 2.
It was dinner time here. So
Yeah,
I'm
so I had
confused
lunch
for
at
a
like
time.
2, and then or whatever time it was that I got home, and then that's it. And so I haven't got up out of this fucking chair. Now she just fucking Irish goodbye. She's like, fine,
Hey.
you want to go eat dinner? Then get the hell out of here.
I guess it's my turn to Irish goodbye. Thank you for having me, everybody.
Thank you
and
for your
thank you.
help. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who came up here and read. And like I was telling you guys, tomorrow we will have everything from August 1st, which as you can see here, we do have all of these. So I just went through and matched up everything that was requested to what we have. The only one we are missing is Monica Wallace from the 31st. I emailed her while we were live, so hopefully she'll message me back and we'll figure out what's going on with that. But we have tomorrow, so we have Holman that's taking the stand again. We have Purdy that will be back on the stand again. We have Pat Cicero. We have Don Perlmutter, and then we have Chris Seesaw. So we have those 5 that we will be going over tomorrow. It'll probably be, I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be about another 4-hour. You did not, Sleuthie. I thought you bounced. You could come back. You could come back if you want to. I'm just thanking everybody, but I thought you Irish goodbyed me. The details will come out at trial. I hope. I hope that's not. I hope that we don't have a Harshman and that's how he's going to end up testifying. So that would be, I don't know what, that would be a disaster. But I appreciate every one of you guys. There were so many of you guys who volunteered. I still have more that I'm contacting for tomorrow. And like I said, just be, we're going to be here for another, over 4 hours, most likely going till we're done with it. And we'll have just the testimonies of these particular witnesses. We do not have the rest yet. She has told me that because they weren't requested, then she has to prioritize the ones that are requested for court before she can prioritize mine, and that she'll probably start on them around September 27th ish, just from looking at her calendar. So that means we wouldn't have them probably till end of September, beginning of October, heading right into trial. But even if we don't have the opportunity to do a full read through, and at least we'll have them, and we can at least add it to the Google Drive, and for everybody to be able to read on their own if we can't go through it this way. But we'll see. We don't know the timing of when we can even get it yet. My email is criminality187@gmail. After we do the read through tomorrow, I will drop the Google Drive for anybody who wants it, anybody who wants to use it, anybody who wants their own copies or whatever. It's, this one you guys have done all the contributions to, and I've gone back and forth about like the watermarks. Besides, DB's $10 that he donated with his watermark. I'm probably not going to put one on there. I'll probably just put it out. I think it's the easiest way. That way, anybody and everybody who wants to use it can just use it. But we'll do the read through tomorrow of everything from August 1st, and I will keep you guys posted. If she emails me back, she doesn't necessarily just jump on her email to email me right away. So, have some patience. It's not the MS on there. So if you ever need help with something like that, thank you, Duck and Felonies. I appreciate it. I think that hopefully we have everybody set for tomorrow, but I'm going to confirm tomorrow daytime so that we can be set to go. But once again, every one of you guys who came up here tonight, the amount of time, the amount of energy, I can't thank you guys enough. I really can't. It makes it so much easier to go through the transcripts, to understand the transcripts when we don't just have, one person reading them. It becomes more realistic to what we think, would have been actually happening, and you can visualize the different people that are talking. So thank you to you guys. I know that you guys have, once again, it's Thursday. You guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and a lot of you guys have been here the entire 4 hours and almost 20 minutes. So bless you. Go enjoy the rest of your Thursday, and we will see you back here tomorrow for August 1st testimony transcript read through. Thank you, everybody.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. stops, no one knows. We're going do you dare to follow me